Hello guys. Sound check, sound check. Can you hear me? Hello guys. Sound check, sound check. Can you? Hola. Hello. Yes. Great. Thank you. How are we doing today? Yeah, I'm indeed in a new place. Gotta show some stuff today. Yeah. So how are we doing today? Buenas noches. Sanchikerd. A favorite day of the week is watching this stream. That is very kind of you. Very kind of you. Great so far. Are you, Henrik? Thank you. I'm doing quite well. I cannot complain. Yeah, that is Unreal Engine 4. So today I managed to get just a few first picture that I think is worth showing to show some of the progression and, you know, a little bit give us an idea of what we can expect when it comes to how it may look with Unreal Engine 5. As you know, we are working on the big transition, going through a lot of stuff to make, you know, commit the patch to Unreal Engine 5. Good to see you again, handsome bastard. Thank you, Kill Sigil. Hello, Reloof. Looks like Roller from the Vikings. My beard is getting a little bit out of control right now. It's getting quite fluffy. So I think it's time to trim it down. Same with my hair. It's growing fast. My game looks better than this screenshot. Yeah, so there's quite a few areas, as mentioned a little bit before. When it comes to Unreal Engine 5, there's several aspects. Many good improvements, obviously. We're hitting the next generation looks when it comes to lighting the world, using some tech like nanites and such. So everything we built, obviously, so far is we have made it to look as good as possible for Unreal Engine 4 with the old lighting system. And now we need to go through all those steps to make sure it looks as awesome as possible in Unreal Engine 5. So going through all the skin shaders, materials, interior, exterior, world lighting, all of it. So quite a task for the art team. We're also optimizing a huge bottleneck that we have in Mortal Line 2 currently, which is the world terrain. So we are rebuilding a lot of that as well to make the game run much more smooth overall. Obviously, one of the big things we want to remove is the level streaming freeze and stuttering that you experience every now and then when you're running around in the world. That's when your computer pretty much freezes or stutter heavily. These ones we plan to remove completely, so the whole moving around in the world should be very smooth, a smooth experience. Yeah, I haven't shown the change yet, so this is just a picture from the Tinram Tavern, as you may recognize. A nice room, I think, and we have enabled lumens and all that in Unreal Engine 5. So we took a picture from Engine 4 and then moved over to Engine 5 just to show some of the differences that we can expect, and I think it's real awesome. So obviously when looking at this, there's no doubt that a lot of people think Mortal Kombat 2 looks beautiful overall, the whole world, everything. But obviously there's always this step towards making it as realistic as possible, right? Heaven's Hero, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for keeping this going. Beloved Henrik, and respect you. Here's for the beard cream and hairstyle. Thanks, Henrik. Look forward to everything you are keeping hidden that will blow our minds. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Another one, indeed. Please give us a keybind for criminal action. Heard. Cold threat. Done. You will get it in this next patch. Germany is possibly the best single city in all MMORPGs ever. Thank you. That is very kind of you as well. There's quite a few things also that we're going through in that city, and also heavily for Meduli. Meduli is one of those cities that are hitting the performance quite hard in our current build, and we plan to update as well to make sure that that runs smoother overall. Whoa. Please give us the option to turn Tactician clade off. Yeah, I can see where it makes sense that some of the gifts could be toggle, you know, especially when dueling and whatever that may be. So we may look into that when we have some spare time. But yeah, keybind for criminal action is a very good thing. So we are putting, obviously, it's default that you can't hurt someone. And when you hit this hotkey, you get a little icon on your screen, like two swords, that will show you very clearly you are have enabled that state, so you can harm other players. So that should be a very nice quality of life change, and you can just hit it with one key, toggle it. Can please hurry up and release the free to play so that the population does not die out. We have many clans waiting to try the game. GJ, we are growing slowly but steady, just as planned and just as we are aiming for, so we are in control. Because one thing is for certain, that is obviously with the Epic Game release we expect more players joining in. We're taking the step over to Unreal Engine 5, polish overall, an improvement of the whole starting experience. We have pinpointed a lot of details there. And of course, one of the biggest thing I would say that a lot of you guys that are into PvP, war, sieging and all that, long-term content, TC and sieging. So obviously those are very big milestones and patches that will, without a doubt, bring a lot of players and interesting stuff into the game. So we're not in a rush. We are in a good state. We are, you know, we have put the new structure system in place, and now we're walking that path, and hope that the content we deliver are speaking for itself. That is the plan. And then yeah, after this milestone, and you know, everything is under control and calm, that's when we're looking at possible look into the free-to-play function on Haven. But you know, it's still a good time to join in the game, even though we are working towards those steps. We have actually a Steam discount running right now at Steam. I think it's 33 off the price, so it's a good deal to get into the game. And obviously, as many players are asking, there are no active subscriptions as of this point, and it won't until we are ready to reach those milestones that I mentioned before. So you know, it's a good moment to try the game and learn about the game, because there's quite a lot to learn and master when it comes to Mortal 9. Can you explain why this screen is in low res? Is it blurry to you? Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Yeah, so let me start you the so yeah, we got a few pictures that shows, as I said, before and after going from the old engine to the new engine, just to give a little short sneak peek. So it's only pictures, obviously. We are not completely ready to show some motion and overall in the world. We are still working on huge part when it comes to the, like I said, terrain, the world lighting, tweaking the world lighting. And, you know, we also want that little gritty touch, the filter that is Mortal Online, that that old look that we're going for, but we do want to push it as far as possible when it comes to realism as well. So that's something we're tweaking now as well. All right, so let me toggle the pictures for you guys. So Unreal 4, and then we have Unreal 5, guys. Look at the lighting difference and how light and color bounces around. Quite crazy. So the same room, just another shot angle. So just pushes it forward. Great leaps, I think. One of the character shots here. Bam. So it just adds a whole new level of depth and realism. It's those subtle things until you really notice the difference like this. You know, something seems off in this picture on Unreal 4 when light doesn't bounce and behave as in real life, and then bam, it turns it on in Engine 5 Lumens, and it does that magic to the whole scene. So yeah, I think just this first picture we got here looks very promising. Looks awesome, I think. No, so ignore that outside entrance because the world is not there. The terrain is not done yet. So yeah, it's very bloomy out there, but just ignore that part. So sunlight is going in. So this room is actually being filled by the sunlight goes in and it bounces around. That adds this super high realism to the whole room. And then there's some light sources, candles that are also emitting some their own lights, also bouncing around. And every material bounces off their attributes and colors, so that's why it gets this much warmer tone due to the color on the materials. Good Photoshop. No, this is a screenshot taken from in-engine from 4 to 5. It's going to be dark like in Model 1. No, so we're not bringing back pitch black nights or stuff like that. And also it wouldn't make sense since we have two big bright moons almost always present, visible, that emits a lot of light even during its night time. So and also all the current dungeon we have kept in mind to try to make sure that new players get into the game and have a fair chance. So a lot of those are not pitch black also, just, you know, traditional lit, so players can experience them without too much struggle. Also because we are missing a few of the functions that we want to add soon on, which is clade night sights and options of when it comes to lights, you know, having a lantern in your belt or holding your torch in offhand. Options like that makes it more convenient to both see in darkness but also perform. Yeah, this is Lumen, so not very specific for RTX functions. How labor intensive is converting from 4 to 5? I see quite a few games doing it. I have to assume it it must be relatively easily. It depends so much on the project and game, right? We knew that we wanted to step in this direction, so we prepared as much as we could. But there are also a lot of unforeseen things and changes in the engine that we simply have to work through to make it work. But yeah, it is an upgrade in the engine, so everything is not, completely redone from scratch. The big things that visually affects the whole game is obviously lumens and nanites or some big system. And for us to utilize lumens, if we just, as we have done, upgrade to the engine and just click play, the game won't look very exciting compared to what we have. We do need to optimize everything to fully utilize the new lighting system and shadow systems. So that's where a lot of work goes. And then there are, several areas of when we're compiling and building the whole project. Quite a few things have been rebuilt in the engine that just breaks. So obviously that is what both coders and art developers need to work until it's, transitioning. So it's not a small task. And again, it depends a lot heavily on the type of game and how we have built things. So we've been working on it, and we will be working on it for quite a bit more until we are fully finished. Along on to Unreal 5. I am buying a new graphic card for this. Thanks, Henrik. DJ, we don't have an exact date yet. The closer we get, we're gonna have a much better estimation, I would say. So this is just the beginning of showing the first steps, because we have converted quite a bit. But over time, and also in the upcoming streams, I'm gonna show more and more stuff. Eventually be able to run around in the world when we fully enable everything and also have the terrain in place. So we don't have an exact date yet, but as we go, we will show the progression and have a better estimates quite soon, I would say. The graphic input is great, but we only really care, I guess you only care about what is coming with Unreal 5. Can you talk about and showcase those fixes? Yeah, like we mentioned a few times, we are in a polished state, which means we are heavily focusing on polishing the game, bug fixing the game, rather than adding huge complex system that requires a lot of attention from the developers. So I mentioned many, of those core issues that this engine will help us with, but also that it's part of this phase when we take the transition to fix those bugs that are, hindering a proper gaming experience. And by them by now, I guess you have run into them, most of them. Some example: ghost avatar bug, invisible weapons, some AI pathing pet issues are some big ones that we are working on, and we will have those solved. Explain how and why Unreal 5 will fix the lag. Isn't the lag we experience due to how networking of the game is done and how we're transitioning from one era to another? So the thing you experience also now in Immortal Line, if you're running from one city to another city, there will be a certain line, and it's always the same line. So if you play the game a lot, you will know exactly where these laggy lines are. And that is when you hit a level streaming line, which means it pretty much freezes your computer due to your CPU can't handle the data, and you go down to either at worst a 0 frame for a second, or stutter heavily for a few seconds until that is loaded, and then continue passing on information. So, and this is one of the big part that we are fixing along with Unreal Engine 5. So those level streamings will be much more effective and work in a little bit different way, which means hopefully you will not notice them at all when we're done with that. So you can, again, run across the world and have no big stuttering that you have in multiple places right now when running over the world. So yeah, that's a big thing for the whole experience when running around. And will Lumen make the world more bright? Because at the moment many people pump gamma up to see more clearly. Yeah, so again, it changes heavily. So that means obviously we the whole our team needs to go through every area of the game, all the outside the world, how everything is lit in forest, etc. And obviously inside all buildings and dungeons especially. Because now the cool thing with lumens is that as long as there's a specific light that lumens the area, such as the sunlight here in this shot, that is the main source of light that goes into the room and bounces, just like in real life. So that's why you see the closer to the entrance, the more lit, and the further away in the corners, the more shadows and darkness, just as it would behave in real life. So that this is a whole new way of lighting the world and places. So that means we need to go through all of these areas to make sure that obviously if there's no sunlight reaching into a cave and we want it to be somewhat lit, so you're not 100% dependent on a light source, there needs to be light sources in that area that emits lights and bounces around, and that needs to look good and not be a strain on the eyes. So I can't say exactly what kind of change you can expect other than that light bounces around now, and it also emits the material and colors, which you can see here in the same scene very greatly. It got a completely different color tone because of how light bounces and emits those lights. DJ Joe-san, thank you for a subscription. We have not yet tested domination when it comes to compiling on the new engine. We are working on that very shortly as well. Sorry, I'm getting behind here. I'm gonna jump down, so if I miss something, I will. You can repeat it. So I'm planning to be able to update some of the upcoming roadmaps for next week if I'm not too flooded with things. It's every week is a little bit crazy. Time flies, and we have a very clear important milestone, which is number 1 in priority. We need to make sure we cover those in time, and again deliver solid patches. So we have our next patch. So again, a big if, I want to make that very clear. If everything goes smooth, we are planning to release our next patch next week, mid next week, if test is approved, that is, and if there's nothing critical that we can't cover in time for that. But things are looking promising so far, and yeah, that is again an important polished bug fixing patch with some good quality of life function. And we also deliver the points of interest and the necromancy updates with additional options for necromancy content. And of course, we have the tower shields system going in. So yeah, there's some cool stuff going in. And the mail system also. The mail guy will be back. So yeah, a lot of good fixes. Do we get a better chance of getting rituals with this patch? Yeah, like I said, there will be options and some tweaks here and there, and additional points of interest.
Oh my god,
so,
another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
Patch next week, all right. Indeed. Indeed. You know roughly how many items listed in the patch? No. I wouldn't know that exactly. No, don't say date. No, like I said, we try to stay away from dates, even though we have a new structure and system in place, and you should be able to see a pattern of how we deliver the patches from now on moving forward. But yeah, we will try to avoid to mention exact dates at this point as and just deliver as good as we can. We're currently working on as a CEO of this beautiful creation. Like, what kind of code are you taking a break from to tell us about it? So I'm not really a hardcore coder, and I don't really code in this game, and almost same thing for a lot of the different development areas. So I'm working a lot with the leads and the team to just make sure things are moving in the right direction and we follow the design and all that. Maxi, thank you for the donation. What type of buff can we expect for humans? That changes. Yeah, I will cover that in a second. So, but yeah, one of my main thing area that I'm always working on is game design. I'm trying to make sure that we follow the red line that we are promoting the game to be. And so when it comes to game development, I'm working mostly with game design. Right now, I've been working on siege machines, which is very fun to work with. And the TC, some of the TC rules. We really want to make sure that we get TC and sieging as good as possible this time around, as fun and exciting as possible, and with some logic and realism tied to that as well. And of course, very important balance factors. We learned a lot from the first game and what kind of impact sieging and complete loss of keeps and guilds meant to the players and groups. Large guilds that have invested so much, so many hours, and waging a war and then losing everything. And, usually that end up in a huge group of players taking a break or even leaving the game for several months or even years, which obviously isn't very good for the game's population. We all want that risk, excitement, and fun in this game because that's part of the nature of the game. But there is an important balance when it comes to tie that fun factor into the game, and also that there are, the risk, reward, and penalty should be controlled in a way that we don't push away. Everyone losing their stuff or losing a war shouldn't mean zero and being pushed out of the game. So we learned that a lot from the first game as well, because we all want the game to be fun and exciting, but none of those groups also enjoyed losing things in a bad way. So we're working very hard on that. Slings, for the love of God. Yeah, we're getting to those weapons later on. So that's a little bit what I'm working on next to the general following up with helping the team when it comes to bugs, identifying the bugs, and what kind of prioritized order, working on the schedules, meetings, everything is going on currently. But it's exciting times with a lot of the things we are working with. And yeah, so the stats power, I would say, changed quite a bit from the first game to the second game. Also speed, which is king, is still king, but we also made sure that we don't have those extreme speed differences, which pretty much gave 1-2 options in the first game when it comes to choosing a clade. So we're very happy to see all clades being heavily used, and creative players have been building very cool builds. That is awesome to see, and it slowly changes still. Every week we can see a change in preferences in the player base. So we're very happy to have that on a very good level, and we get great feedback on it as well. But it's quite clear that these some of the human races specifically had higher stats based on the power of the stats, and since we changed the power of the stats without changing the stat bonuses on those human races, there's a need for buffing those that lost the power. For instance, the Korites. They had a very high value on their stats, value point score wise when it comes to design. But since we changed the power of those stats, we also need to follow up on the stat bonus. So that's one of the parts that we are gonna tweak. And yeah, we have a gift that doesn't do anything that we wanna make sure it does. So we'll see more of that soon. Ella the Poppers, thank you for the prime. So the Thurs also got a few tweaks on their gifts. Some of the gifts that were rarely used and were in a way where people simply ignore them. So we tweaked some of those as well that you will see in this next patch. We tweaked Mounted Majory is casting. We're removing half of the penalty when it comes to casting time on mounts, and we are increasing concentration a little bit as well. Yeah, the invisible weapon bug is one of those big bugs that we're working on to fix. Do you need plan to move away from Sven towards more industry grade and more distributed when it comes to development? Yes. We are moving forward with Epic Games and how they integrate their systems. So we are following that setup pretty much. Aiming for 2 weeks special like beta. So again, when we have this new system in place now, everything needs to be. We need to make sure that it's as effective as possible, and we have very stable patches. And we set up a system right now that we are working on since Necromancy. So we have some larger focus areas that we need about a month, and then we are in between of that. We have a smaller patch fixes important things, or if there's anything that got a higher prioritized order of fixing things, that goes into that one. So you will see that kind of rotation from a little bit smaller to larger, smaller, larger, and have that rotating.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Profo! 30 month. Woo! Keep up the work, Starwell. Thank you very much. Awesome to see you tune in again. Can you elaborate on a future change for the underperforming clades? What are you guys looking to change up? So, do you mean the clades as in Alvarines, Ogmirs, humans, and Thursars? And if that's what you mean, we are very happy with the baseline we have. You know, just looking in the game, there are several groups of players that are, you know, playing nonstop, that are just very happy with their build, and they are all very different from each other's when it comes to that. So we have a very good variation when it comes to the clades being used in game and enjoyed in different ways. So we don't plan to do major changes there, but just as any other balance, you know, we over time we identify something that are heavily underpowered or not really working as intended. Those areas obviously are that's where there are room to improve and balance that in a careful way. As I just mentioned with the human races, for instance, when it comes to stats power balance. This game's future looks bright like the Lumen sun in the picture. So as I mentioned there, when you see the window outside, there's no terrain. So, you know, the terrain will obviously absorb the lights and make sure you don't see white sky. So it won't look like that. You won't be as blinded as on that shot. But the terrain is not done yet on our end, converting it to Unreal 5. So yeah, that obviously gonna change. How many people are actively working on Mortal 2 development across all roles departments? We are about 40 people last time I counted, so about 40 people. So slowly growing out of the very small to, you know, medium small, but compared to the genre we are doing, we're still very small. So, but things changes as soon as you hit certain numbers of developers, and you know how you organize everything, and changes quite drastically when you hit certain numbers. Momentum Online, thank you for the subscription. But yeah, again, comparing us to any other MMO developers out there, we are still a very small team, but slowly but steady growing also. Why is Death Hands only 300? It should be 5 to 700. Also, why does our Surge cost 38 mana and only do like 30 to 40 damage? So, if you dig into this deep and see how you can perform with those spells, you will see exactly why those numbers are set. So, just like 20 minutes ago or something, I got a message from some upset players saying, holy shit, Outsurge is too powerful. Look how many people he hit with one Outsurge and he damaged them quite good. And just calculating all that damage in total because of AoE, we're talking several hundreds of damage. So obviously it's all due to balance. If it was too long range, too much damage, and little mana, it's going to be unbalanced. It's that simple. Same thing with Death Hand. So as the name hints, you are in hand range with the spell, but not really. You're getting a bonus on top of that. But you're actually stealing the life in a very close range. And again, very powerful spell. You can run at the same time, and you both heal yourself and do good damage against your enemies. So that's why it needs to be and are supposed to be short range. So balance is the response to those two. Sneak peek Siege Machine picks, a little bit too early. So as I mentioned before, we have gone through the design and are looking to be quite happy so far. We have some base models also constructed. Now we are refining them to fit the game mechanics as well. So they're gonna change a little bit visually wise as well. And also, we're taking our time to make them look really good, believable, realistic. Obviously, there have been many siege machineries in real life that we are taking inspiration from, also movies. And we're trying to incorporate some cool mechanics into these machines. So in the first game, we were quite in the front when it comes to how dynamic you could construct and move one of those catapults, for instance, a siege machine. By nudging them, moving them, rotating them, reloading, and then put the ammunition into them and then fire and learn how to hit and aim with them. So this time we want to push this a little bit further. 2022, we want to modernize how would you siege and fight in a modern game today and enjoy it at a high level. We think it's a little bit out of date when it comes to our old system, nudging those parts on the machine to move them around or use them. So we're actually adding a better support this time around where you can mount them and aim them in a better way. And if it's a big machine, you may want to have a squad that helps you assist you. Just an example what we're playing around with, which is really fun. It's not finalized fully yet, but just to give you an example, for instance, a huge catapult machine on wheels. You could be one player could mount it and kind of be in control of shooting it and aiming, while around 4 to 6 players could actually go into the side position to be the horsepowers, as in moving it around. And the one controlling and steering can't obviously move it without the manpower helping pushing it forward. Same thing goes when you're reloading and such. So I think it's going to be much more realistic, pretty much, and fun when it comes to be effective at using these siege machines. And of course, we're working on defensive machineries as well that you can construct and mount on the walls and use those machines there as well. Did I hear correctly that you have hired outside company to test patches. Yes, we are working with a company that are dedicated to test and help us with building solid patches. And it's been great so far. They are very effective developers in that category. And yeah, I can't wait to see the results of that in upcoming patches. You guys working on combat animation, improving them. So obviously we hear a lot of mixed feedback, or all kind of feedback, obviously, and we can all agree on that. There's obviously a lot of areas that always can be improved, right? It's a huge game, very complex in so many different areas. And again, we're 40 people. We need to choose where we want to invest those developers' hours into. We have spent quite a lot in our combat system, and I also think that that investment have been well worth it, because obviously since combat beta we have had a lot of joy and fun just playing the game, plainly doing combat, right? And the main goal have always been to make sure that real life scenario wars, group fights out in the world should be as exciting and skillful as possible. And then of course when people duel one-on-one, that changes quite a bit, right? And you have to find ways, how do you beat your opponent in the best possible way, which obviously have led to trying to disguise your attacks, etc. And this is very common in most melee games. Just look at Mordhau, Age of Chivalry. That's what everyone is trying to do. Find the most effective tactic to beat your opponents. That's just how it is. And there's also just a few type of mechanics that you could add to this component that makes sense and works, or it will be a completely other types of combat game. So, but yeah, I fully agree that there are specifically some combat weapon groups that requires an update in the animation. For instance, when thrusting with a spear, I always felt that it feels a little there's no power in that thrust that you would do in real life. And some of the angles and how you do the swings, etc., can also be improved a little bit. And also obviously to make sure that it's possible to see what's going on all angles or races or sizes, because that also plays a huge role. So we will for sure revisit many of those areas to improve them over time. But like I said, there's so many different areas and features that we want to reach to a good level before we can dive deeper into those areas. And of course, we also are looking to expand the developer teams so we can do more simultaneously. Is it possible to get back to last cycle from Necroritos summoning? Yes, it is. Or your character would have eventually 10 psyche when you have experimented and learned how to make some rituals in a good way. So yeah, you relearn them. Can you remove ghost scouting with spiritus, please? Yeah, so we have got a lot of feedback on this, and so again, we had many awesome ideas and designing plans how we would make a true two-dimensional wars, etc. And that worked to a degree, but it also comes down to obviously best tactics for how players scout, how they ambush. All tactics is obviously part of the whole gameplay. But yeah, if it comes down that everything focus on how you do that, and also because you can't really prevent or banish a spirit very effectively, we are looking to possibly change this, as it seems that is one thing that simply doesn't add the best value. So yes, we're looking to possible disable what a dead player can see when running around in dungeons, etc. And yes, we do need to update the traces when you try to banish a dead player. It's almost impossible as long as the spirit is moving around, right? So, and it's not intended to be that difficult. So we're changing how the impact beam to be a bit more effective as well. What I do about adamant rings? You broke them. Does not work anymore. What do you mean? Adamant trinkets works. They are a very rare drop in the game, so I don't follow. Sky Gaming. Next patch, that's gonna have a big update when it comes to ritual, necro, all of that. So we are following that progression every month. Put veterinary to a secondary skill, please. It does look as we need to buff the veterinary a little bit to make it more effective. So mage, beastmaster hybrid in any form and upcoming form with additional content. The only main source of being effective to heal them shouldn't be only magic. So that's something we are handling balancing wise as well. Adamant Trinket's 5th percentage is removed when charged. Okay, I'm not sure if that is a reported bug that I'm not aware of. Could be. So I will have to check with the team. Obviously, if it's a bug, it's going to be fixed for sure. When we're getting horse wagons, when we're getting new horse armors, is it possible to paint armor and banners? Please make veterinary to secondary. So horse wagons, we're actually getting one of the system required for that system along with sieging, the siege machines. So that is awesome, which means there's only a few more steps to make wagons possible. Thank you for the bits, D. Josen. But I can't, we don't have a date yet, but we do want wagons to be in the game as early as we can, because it also connects heavily to a lot of the supply resources, transporting, and obviously constructing in an effective way when it comes to building cities and also sieging even. DW Pula, thank you for the subscription. So yeah, it's something we want as early as we can cope with it, but I can't say right now exactly where it goes in the upcoming roadmaps.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Do you think you'll continue with the necro trend for future updates? Hard to acquire early, easier to acquire after some time. So
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
So obviously we got a lot of good feedback and experience again with this necro patch. A lot of hard work went into that one, and it also shows us after a few weeks, you know, how difficult it is obviously to obtain and find all the secrets and how to tap into the different spells, skills, etc.
Oh
And yes, we follow up on that, obviously, see, is this too hard, difficult, or rare? Is it following our intentional difficulty level, or how easy or fast it should be to obtain the different spells and skills? But I think overall the Necro was very positive. We got awesome feedback from you guys. And it brought a lot of cool and fun gameplay as well. So yeah, this next patch we're following up on that balance. And also obviously this gives us a very good baseline also for upcoming patches that are meant to be in a similar manner. Do you plan on adding in more atmospheric environment effects like heavy rain, making the ground wet, blizzard, fog, sandstorm, low visibility, and dark nights? Yes, Pyrocolive. So the reason we haven't touched the weather system at all, including fixing some synchronization bugs, is because we're going to use a new system in Unreal Engine 5. And I've seen that system, I've seen that a little bit in motion, and I was blown away by how amazing it looks. So I can't wait to show you guys in one of my upcoming stream that system, because that's gonna be something else. And the cool part is that this tied to, you know, we had a very what's the word, not complicated, sophisticated weather system that are based on real life hot cold air meets rules, very very accurate real life rules that creates the clouds, the storm, the fog, the rain, and all that. And yeah, that will be connected with this new system, how we visible show this in Unreal Engine 5 in a very spectacular manner. And it will also be connected to the elementalism school. So a great elementalist can control that weather to his benefit, which is one of a kind. It's awesome, and I can't wait to show some of that in upcoming streams. Staff disappointed by the large numbers decrease since launch. Any plans to attract new players or returning players? So we all know that any new player that, you know, gets some kind of interest have a huge peak of players, and then obviously a lot of players drops off due to many various reasons. There's also a lot of players that doesn't know what type of the game. They just jump in, try it out, and, you know, if they were looking for a theme park, very casual game, obviously that this may not be the game for them. That happens to all games and categories in the world. So that peak is following a gaming industry standard in most game. There was obviously one thing that should have been better, that obviously is on my end when it comes to partially failing, which is obviously handling the chaos when we released the game. There was a few things that went wrong, and we thought that, you know, obviously we were as prepared as we could. We went through stress test cases, a few of them, when we invited as many as we possibly could, and we got a lot of players, and it was amazing because it helped us tremendously. And every single issue and bottleneck we ran into in those steps, we fixed and solved, and felt that, wow, it's really good we could do those stress tests, because we would be nowhere, you know, in a good position if we couldn't. But obviously just adding a few more zeros on top of that brought us to a whole new level of issues. So one of the big thing, obviously, that made a lot of people stop playing and not be happy, and also gave us bad reviews, understandable. So was, as many of you already know, the login issues, the chaos we had there that we have worked on very hard since then. Every week we have invested time in improving those fields and performance and capacity on the main servers. So obviously, if we can handle that and solve that, you know, numbers would obviously be better for sure. But as we mentioned before, our plan has always been also that hopefully we can grow in a steady phase. You know, The game gets better and better. We're fixing the issues now, and we're adding more and more exciting game features and a lot of different game features that caters for many different play styles. So even though you may not enjoy PvP at all, this could be a very exciting game when it comes to either PvE, exploration, crafting, fishing, ship construction, running businesses, trade routes, thievery, assassinations, whatever it may be, right? There's so much, especially in the upcoming year. We have really cool features coming into the game. So we know, obviously, based on what we deliver in the game, and if it's solid and the game speaks for itself, that will naturally bring players. And obviously we can see that working with the Necro patch. We delivered a very solid patch, a lot of fun, exciting content for the players. A lot of players joined back in to try it out, and it gave us pretty much 10 out of 10 in that category. So, and we have seen that there are more and more players joining the game now daily again. We are slowly increasing, and that is our goal. Obviously, we will have now the coming month, as we are focusing on transitioning to Unreal 5 and fixing issues and bugs. That will obviously take time from the team to address those and get those in a solid state before we can move forward in a full capacity and adding new content and exciting features. So obviously that will be a natural step where we just try to go through that in the best possible way, and hopefully players will be able to keep enjoying the game even though until we haven't really released for instance TC or Sieging. We know those patches are large and they're gonna bring a lot of players. We have a few thousands of players that are pausing the game, and they are all pretty much coming back when this content get delivered. So obviously it's very important we deliver that good, balanced, and that it's exciting and fun. So those parts will naturally let our population grow. If the patch speaks for itself, we deliver them good, players will be able to enjoy the game. Obviously, along with this, when we reach the milestones and releasing the epic game and having all those steps in place, we do plan to start the marketing campaigns again. We paused all of that when we released on Steam because of the chaos we ran into. So obviously those marketing events, influencers, YouTubers, working with all of that also, that will also bring attention to the game, which naturally also obviously bring us players. So we're quite confident that yes, we will bring back huge amount of the players that have tried it, but also a huge amount of new players that are getting excited for this type of game. And with the new player experience being greatly improved as well, we strongly also believe that those new players will have a much higher rate in staying in the game for the future as well. I booked all inclusive stay in Milan from 21st to 5th of September. And the passage look forward to doing my or before my stay. So as I mentioned, we are working on Project Polish and taking transition into Unreal 5. So it may not be packed with exciting content and features, but there will be extremely important polish and fixes and quality of life, along with points of interest content as well. We have voice lines we can play in the future, such as battle screams or taunts. Yeah, we're planning to increase that, both emotes, a quick access to emotes, and yeah, we have been working on with voice actors that have recorded a lot of words and sentences for us, both the guards, how they see you, if you're a high scored citizen or low scored, to additional yells and taunts that we simply haven't added to the characters yet. But eventually we want to add more of those, yes. Brett Wire with the gifts. Thank you so much. I'm falling behind again, so I'm a little slow here, but thank you very much. So Lance Combat is a thing. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Would you mind talking on that? So, mounted combat was quite popular in the first game. We have it here as well, but we need to work and tweak on the animation and swings a little bit to make it feel better. We know there's a group of people waiting on that upgrade as well. Lances have obviously a better range. You can point with the lance and then let the momentum do the main damage. You can also obviously release to make a thrust, which is more difficult, but you can add additional damage if you time that correctly. So yeah, we've seen quite a few lance users running around trying to, you know, becoming an expert in that field. So for sure that is a thing, and it's much more forgiving since you have longer range and you can actually aim with the tip just running into someone. So you know, again, just as many other of the weapon and combat groups, it's up to the players to experiment and play around to see what they may enjoy the best. And you know, there's still recipes and combination of things to be discovered, because we see that change slowly every month. So it's up to the players to kind of dig into the data and experience, I would say. Will 5 increase player render distance and animations. So that is more on a network solution that we plan to increase in certain steps, yes. For instance, seeing what guild and gear we want that obviously to be displayed earlier than it does right now. I want to remind that just looking at the raw render distance on a player, we still have the world record when it comes to seeing a player 5 pixel tall, and you can see him, right? And you can even hit him with an arrow if you're amazingly skilled at that. But yeah, what does load very late due to network optimization is all the data you require from getting from this character. That's a huge optimization. It's very similar to a LOD on a 3D object. The closer you are, the more information you want to get, and you know that comes with a cost when reading that data. Same thing goes on the network, and obviously optimizing the network in this type of MMO is very important to make sure we can handle a lot of players in an area, and also not only for the servers but for the clients. If you get too much data, you need to update quickly over the distance, and that doesn't, you know, if that bottlenecks, you're gonna break the game experience totally playing around other players. But yes, we have optimized server parts greatly so far, which also allows us to increase those steps as soon as we're done with that optimization. So we plan to do that. Not gonna lie, I was expecting more drastic upgrade from Unreal 4 to 5 based on other games. Unreal 5 demos like that insane Matrix demo. So yeah, Matrix demo, obviously that they're spending I don't know how many developers and how many months to just crank the crap out of optimizing it to look amazing, which it does. But that's also only what that demo does, right? There's no real gameplay other than running around in that scene. No gameplay or anything like that. But yeah, I agree, it looks amazing. And like I said before, this is a early sneak peek. We haven't optimized or fine-tuned everything else. There's a lot of work left. And I will show you guys that transition when we move forward. Eventually, when we are running around in the world with everything, you know, optimized and finished to showcase as it will look in the final stage. So currently, this is the first steps we have gone through when it comes to transitioning is certain areas. and I wanted to show some of that progression. So you can expect to see big updates for sure. Please add FSR 2.0 and give AMD versions of DLSS. So it depends on if there's a plugin and how it's supported in the engine. We can't spend time on very specific support. Hopefully they do it just as NVIDIA did. And if they do, we can support it quite easily. So we have to see if that's the case. Girlfriend quit because of ghost transmitting exploit. Yeah, that is being fixed as well in the patch.
Those are the supreme.
Players can't make weapons invisible, so that's not an exploit. So, and I've said it a few times. So there's several bugs in the game that are dreadful, and that we are fixing them in upcoming patches right now when we're on the bug polish phase. And you know, obviously, when players don't like each other and having wars, they may think that those bastards are always running around with invisible weapons and they must be cheating, exploiting. That is not all true to be the case in all cases. So our staff members always investigate and act as good as they can, and obviously report and give us the data so we can try to have all the data to fix the game in the upcoming patches. And invisible weapon bug is a bug we have pretty much since day one, and we have told everyone, if you know, hopefully someone will be able to reproduce how to make that happen, and that will make the bug fix much easier and faster to do. But no one can reproduce it because it's impossible. It's a specific bug in the game that you can't simply reproduce, and that's something we work on right now. That's also why it's taking so long time, because it's a very tricky bug when there's no way to reproduce it. There are certain ways things can go wrong, and that's not a frequent thing in the game. So whenever it does happen, it's a pain in the ass for the developers, because we need to go through everything in that system to fix it. The patch was great. Yeah, thank you. It was awesome. It was really exciting for us developers as well to see the enjoyment and excitement for you players to participate in all those discoveries. So it's brought us great joy to follow that progression and see it, and also in streams. People are loving the Nero patch. The Nero patch, eh? Was MC Monte Combat. Wow, the lightning is insane. Yeah, it shows what Lumens can do. As I said, there are still room for improvement in several areas, but only this quick sneak peek I think is very impressive and gonna give us a whole new level of realism due to how lightning behaves in this awesome new engine upgrade. We add cast shadows and element inclusion in Honor 5. We will have several options for the end user. So, as we said many times, we do want players to obviously be able to scale the game to a certain degree, so you can play on a lower end computers, and then of course you should be able to crank everything up, and it should look amazing. So that's part of the transition and the work we're doing as well. Holy shit, I'm way behind again. Sorry guys. Now I see you helped me with the word complex, but yeah, sophisticated. Wow, sorry guys. I'm jumping down now. The chat is too fast. I'm not used to it. I'm a bit slow today. But yeah, so I'm jumping down so you're not getting bored when I'm talking about something 3 minutes back or so. OMG, Henrik, the UF5 improvement is great. I know you won't tell us a hard date, but can you comment on if this will be reaching our players this year? So the one thing that obviously been a challenge here now when we are in the new loop, the new system in place, the developers in place, we're tying the bag together for the Epic game release, right? But there are also obviously huge features that we want to deliver for us to reach milestone where we feel that this is also where we feel confident that it's time to enable the subscription, and that you as a player base think that, you know, it's worth it, and we are delivering what is needed to start that. As you know, we paused that due to various good reasons, but it's also what's going to keep bills being paid, right? We are expanding and reinvesting everything we get from players investing, buying the game and playing the game. Obviously goes straight back to the development. And as you know, running a MMO in this scale, it costs a lot of money in different ways. Obviously, we have the developers that keep expanding and working on the game, adding features, content, every month. We have staff members, GMs, supports that also needs to obviously be there to help the players the best possible way. So we are refining that schedule when it comes to how we are putting everything together in a good way and in a controlled way. So we will have an updated roadmap where you can see these are the stuff that are coming in the upcoming patches. So you know in what order. And the closer we get to some of these important milestones, we want to express not an exact date, but where we aim to start those phases and deliver those patches that are quite specific and important for us. So yeah, we avoid an exact date yet. Wouldn't it make more sense to release Unreal 5 just before Epic Game launch? You probably want to work out the kinky. Yeah, like I said, those are the things we're going through. So we are going through several steps with Unreal 5 transition, and if things goes as planned and smooth, then we will have a much more accurate picture of the time frame and the other features that we want to deliver. So that's why we don't have the exact date yet. But we have our estimates and goals, and we're gonna make sure we reach a certain progression towards that before we update to the public. So yeah, hope that makes sense. This looks good. Great news on Unreal 5 being in progress. Yeah, thank you very much. And like I said, this is just an early sneak peek, and you will see a lot more. And eventually I will be able to play around and show you guys in real time as well. And I can't wait, because obviously in motion things get even more, spectacular. Ooh, my neck. Always this microphone. Jesus. Our file is great. Are there any plans to add dedicated guarded medieval tournament grounds for schedule 1-1 10? Yes. The Tinremic Arena Nexus Van Wilder. The arena is built for all of that. We will add support with systems where you can sign up for different types of fights. Everything from 1-on-1 to group fights, guild fights, to even versus beasts. And there will also be a regular monthly when the Emperor wants to be there and see who is the champion that month. And you as a player can sign up to participate in this. So there's going to be like a tourney for the players to show your PvP skills. And obviously the winners may get a specific title and a cape, so everyone knows you are the gladiator champion for that month. And then of course, if you want to protect that title, you need to fight again next month. So we have a lot of cool plans for the arena. So it's both going to be open to the public, where anyone can use it to pay for those rules and bet and set the different rules. And then there would be also, like I said, a regular, most likely a monthly event where the Emperor runs his show. And you sign up for that if you want to participate or not. No, I haven't done a giveaway yet, and I can actually start that just in a moment. I think it's time indeed. One moment. Can I poison the Emperor during that tournament? You can try. You can try. All right, I've started the giveaway. So explanation mark MO2 to participate. And we will do the usual run before I roll the dice. Can get an unban from Discord. I don't handle that at all. You have to contact our moderators or support for those questions. Thank you. And it changed to size. More advantageous to be small than a giant. So there are the natural pros and cons, right? And that's, you know, a thing. Small ones, obviously, smaller hitbox. It also comes with a little bit shorter range. So both pros and cons. There are also some areas where even, you know, if you're small enough, you can get through that area, while a large one cannot. Natural pro-con. DLS is required to use improvement with only 5? No, not really. So DLSs help you as long as you're not CPU bound. DLSs is very powerful. It makes the game look sharp and nice, but it's giving you a better headroom on your GPU, pretty much. So you can also play on a greater resolution without losing frames. But yeah, like I said, if you are CPU bound, this doesn't matter that much on the performance. So we're working very hard on offloading whatever we can and optimizing whatever we can on the CPU to give as much power as possible to the GPU and software such as DLSS. We're getting the buffs to high quality horse armors. We are getting some more options there later, yes. As I mentioned before, we are working on expanding on animation, which will allow us to offer some more of those options, including also mounting new mounts and having more gear for pets as well. Unreal 5 was awesome. Glad to see Mo come to this Unreal Moto. Indeed, indeed. Fade will be happy with this game for sure. Fade, who's Fade? Sandy 117. There will be magical defense bonuses. Yes, so we have enchanting that will have magical effects to gear. So it's a new crafting profession skill that will be in the game later on. And that will tap into magical effects such as that. Why Ogma is the most handsome race? Do you think it's the most handsome race? That's our personal opinion, right? And that's the beauty. We have all clades are widely popular, which I think is awesome. We spend so much time and effort into every clade, and it's really, really great to see different players are loving each of their own preferences. And it's awesome just to log into the game and see all clades being heavily distributed. So that's obviously something we're happy with. Chances refining furnace will be available for strongholds. So along with TC, we will have important options for house owners and obviously TC constructions, which will offer a few services to start your own city and with your own laws and rules. And this system, TC, is huge. There's so much that will be going into TC over the coming years. There's so many different things that we want to add over time. So we will start with the most basic important function to get going in that system. Should we keep typing it or we just need to do it once? You only need to do it once, so no need to spam it more than once. The DLSS is amazing. It's indeed a very cool system that do nifty things that give you good GPU performance. So you can play. One of the big things is obviously that you can crank up the resolution very high. So if you even have a 4K resolution monitor, you can play it in 4K. Using DLSS, you're not killing your GPU performance. So that's one of the big things with DLSS. And of course, it goes below that resolution as well to gain performance. About CPU, should I get more core or faster single core? So we are still in the era where we can't fully utilize many cores. You know, it's a good war between AMD and Intel, pushing the boundaries, you know, as fast as possible, just like NVIDIA and AMD is doing also in the GPU department. It brings us good hardware, you know, at a competitive price. But yeah, you know, the CPU manufacturers are trying to push that boundaries very hard, and obviously gaming is a huge part of PC hardware today, so they try to work together, right? And you know, Intel and AMD is working very hard with game development to make sure they support it in an impressive way. But we are not really utilizing that many core in games in general still today. You know, we're slowly trying to be able to multi-thread more and more in game, but it's not that easy, and it seems to be a little bit of a slow process still. But there are, you know, you can see that there are a few cores that are used when you're playing a game like Mortal Online. But you do benefit highly from having fast cores. So you don't need 16, 12 cores plus. That's not going to be used for Mortal Online or any game for that matter, mostly. So there are a sweet spot. I mean, the new, I think we're using around 6 cores, but not fully optimized. And you see in the new Intel generation that going down a little bit in cores compared to the AMD versions, and they're cranking up and trying to make sure that some of the main cores are overclocked and much higher frequencies than the rest of the cores. So there are some multi-threading cores, and then there's some dedicated high frequency cores at a stable range, and those actually stands out a little bit in gaming performance. And that tells us that fast core does quite impact. Obviously, you do want to have more than 4 cores today, so you don't get bottlenecked in the CPU, because if the CPU is bottlenecked with some background stuff and you need to also do gaming calculations, performance will die very quickly or stutter when it's being busy. So you want to make sure there's enough room for dedicated cores for the game, if that makes any sense. The other Thursday bus looks sexy, indeed. I see you're recruiting creators to do animators. Are you also recruiting more developers or planning to stay a small scale company? No, we are looking for more developers to join the team in a few different categories, and we are trying to expand this now and reach out on several recruitment companies and forums. And that's also a tricky thing, right? Because if we expand too fast and get a few new developers, they're going to be quite lost the first month, especially coders. And we have an important milestone that we want to reach, and that schedule is put on all the developers we have. So obviously, if we just throw in a few more coders, they're going to be either working on their own a little bit too much, which is not going to be effective or good for the development, or they need information from our veteran coders, which will obviously take time from them, from their schedule. So it's always a small battle there. You know, we don't want to occupy too much, but we do need to expand, because in the long run, obviously, with more developers, things will be even more effective. So yeah, we're looking for coders and animators, and you know, we're always looking for pretty much all the categories, because there are always room for more. We are a small company, and we know that we can do so much more with more resources and manpower, obviously. But it also needs to work, right? The developers need to be understand our system and be, you know, learn that pipeline as well. Amazed when Unreal 5 will be implemented. Can you repeat that, please? Thank you. We don't have an exact date, so we are planning to have Unreal 5 ready for Epic Game release. So we are working on this transition now, and we have a few different areas that we need to go through with the whole team. And this is just the first sneak peek of you know, being able to show some of the transition now, using Lumens in the right way, even though it's not 100% optimized and tweaked for every single part of our game. But I plan to show a lot more, and also obviously walking around in the world when we have progressed a little bit more. We're working on a huge task is the terrain system that we are changing and working on hard, because that's also a big bottleneck in the current engine, and we want to improve that. Ordering can only be done on one thread. Yeah, so there are different things that can be calculated on a CPU. Quite a lot of things, and obviously there's things that you can put on a GPU instead. So it's important to have a balance to make sure we don't bottleneck one too harshly. So that's a delicate job for the developers. And some things are much faster on a GPU, for instance, as well. MDFs are just downloading a plugin and then enable it. So if it is indeed like NVIDIA's DLSS, and if it's as easy to enable in the engine, then yes, we will most likely do that. And Fire Upgrade looks so much better. Yeah, it does push it towards realism for sure. You see all that looks a little fake, you know, unnatural, gets a leap forward with the lightning bouncing around, and you see how it's near the light sources, it's quite bright, and then further into cracks and corners where there's no light bouncing going on, it gets darker, which adds this really nice realistic level of lightning. It's very sophisticated how light works in real life, but they're doing a damn good job with the lumens. And yeah. More sneak peeks? No, I don't only have these pics that I managed to grab from the dev team while working on this. But like I said, we're going to show a lot more cool stuff as we progress. And one awesome thing is the weather system. When is next patch? So if things gets approved and as planned over this weekend, we are planning to deliver that patch mid next week if things get approved during tests. So yeah, hopefully next week. Yeah, always forget about the giveaway. So if you just tune in, exclamation mark MO2, and then I'm gonna run the giveaway, guys, in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, the atmospheric feeling and mood to the game with this new weather system, I can't wait. It's gonna give a whole new level of feeling in the game. So yeah, that's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to show you that, guys. So hopefully I will be able to showcase that in a stream, hopefully soon. Why is speed calculator different in Model 2 than 1? It makes Vila, aka the king of speed, useless and pointless because now they're only marginally faster with much less stamina on top of Vila's. Atlas. So yeah, as we mentioned, we knew that speed was king in the first game, and there were only like 1, 2, 3 options out of 20, and that wasn't good. This time we balanced speed and stats in a much better way. So all clays are viable and doable. There are so many different options and people loving it. But still, Vilas are strong because speed is king and they have that benefit to their style. And if you ask the community now, a lot of players are going Vila because of that speed bonus. But I wouldn't say that, you know, that one way or another direction is, you know, something we need to head at this point. We're still too early to say if we need to buff something that is still underpowered. But we're very happy where we are at this point, and so seeing the player base seems to be aligned with that so far. And can started advertising the game again. If not, how soon? Thank you. We haven't started the marketing yet. Only doing updates that are interesting to, I guess, players in the industry. But the plan is that as soon as we hit the important milestone with the transition with Unreal 5, we're getting ready, releasing on Epic Game platform. That's when we plan to pick up marketing, the influencers and all that again, because then we also know that we have made a huge improvement on the both obviously polish bug fixing of the game, but also the starting experience for new players specifically have been greatly improved. We've identified during the month since release where a lot of new players get confused or drops out. and us improving that dropout ratio is going to be really good for the game. So when we do reach out to new players that never heard about it, so there's still, you know, every now and then in streams when someone see our trailer, a lot of new players say, holy shit, I never heard about Mortal Line 2. Obviously we want to change that when we hit that marketing again, when we release on Epic Game Store. So that's a big milestone for us to start advertising along with all that. That's what we're heading at. We'll be adding kegs. Yeah, we need kegs for alchemies. I'm not sure exactly when we'll add them. There's quite a list of small but important features in quality of life that we have on track. And when we work on the upcoming schedule where there are big gaps of what kind of content features, this is where we throw in a lot of those bonus features. So you will see it eventually on one of the upcoming roadmaps along with other such features. Yeah, there will be some updates to the bounty hunting system. We know about the long range and not many options. So there will be some options, and also accordingly to those numbers, there will be some balance. And obviously we need to open up the shop for the bounty hunting guild that will allow you to trade the coins as well. So that is also on our to-do list pretty much. Suicide, thank you for the bits. Honestly, can't wait for a new weather system. The weather system and water system in Valheim made the game incredible experience. Exactly, it adds so much to the mood, the atmospheric feeling, and having that very dynamic and realistic and exciting adds depth. You will be astonished when you just stand there and see the cloud forming and you hear the thunder on distance and you see the different effects. They look amazing in Unreal Engine 5. And yeah, I can't wait till you get to experience that and make your own screenshots and videos just showcasing that as a freaking movie. It's going to be awesome. And just like I said, you can control that freaking weather if you become an elementalist also soon, which is, just amazing. Should I buy stock in a company? That is up to you. I mean, obviously the better view you have in what the game means and how it will be in the future give you a pretty good understanding of where we may be heading. And, we're just taking the first step, and it's going to be very exciting for the future. So that is up to anyone out there to make that decision. I am investing. That's all what I'm showing, obviously, to show that we strongly believe in this. Or are some things coming in next patch? So obviously, like I said, a lot of bug fixing and polishing, some quality of life, criminal toggle hotkeys, the tower shields, a lot of bug fixes. I already said that. A big pack of points of interest with additional really cool hidden exploration rewards in different ways. I talked about that a little bit in my previous stream. So that is coming, and we have necro content as well to give more options how to obtain the necro knowledge items. So that's some stuff coming in. I'm sure I missed something cool, but you will have the notes eventually. And yeah, some mage tweaks. Mount the magery, you will be able to cast a little bit faster, and concentration will be a little bit more effective as well. Some tweaks on the Thursar gifts. Yeah, pets in houses. That is part of our polish focus. So we are adding the Namesh. It's a new system for AI in and inside of houses that will fix that issue. So yeah, it will be in any of the upcoming patches as well. Trade bounty coins for what? As I mentioned, you will be able to obtain obviously titles, capes, other items as a reward. Breeding is considered, yes, you will be able to breed your mounts and animals. Again, I don't have a time frame for that feature exactly at this point. The giveaway. All right, last 10 seconds, guys. Exclamation mark MO2, and I'm running it. VR, we plan to support that sometime after Unreal Engine 5. It looks to be quite straightforward. Just having the rendering part in VR, still mouse and keyboard control scheme. We're planning to look into that again sometime after Unreal 5 to see if it's still quite straightforward. There's a few things we need to work on to make sure it renders correctly in VR. But yeah, we're gonna support that for sure. All right, guys, it's time to pull the giveaway. So let me just scroll down. All right. Where do I have? Okay, let me start the giveaway, guys. So all right, here we go, guys. Good luck. It is time for this week's giveaway. Here we go. And the winner is congratulations, Chupacabra. Chupacabra. Congratulations. You got yourself a ammo copy. Send me a rigged, always rigged. Send me a DM here on Twitch, and I will send it straight over. Chupacabra, are you here? Are you present? Chupacabra, Chupacabra. Chupacabra. Are you here? You need to be present to get the key. Chupacabra. We'll give him a moment to respond. Redeeming his damn chat. You should be able to click on a name and do a whisper. There is. He's here, guys. All right, let me get that code. What the hell is going on? My fan is going nuts. There you go, Chupacabra. And normal question along with that, Key. Are you new to the game or a mortal veteran from one of the eras? It's even legal for a Chupacabra to win. Why wouldn't it be? Welcome, Chupacabra. Did you find a spider that invaded your home? No, I did not. It disappeared. I'm sure he's somewhere here. It is a typical house spider, so I think he's living here now. I'm new to online, but playing a few months. All right. So pretty new. That is awesome. You must talk to him in Spanish. Ah, so he's Spanish, eh? Chupacabra, does it mean something in Spanish? I think Henrik likes saying Chupacabra. It's a good ringy tone to it. It's snappy, right? The spider is still at large. Oh my. Yeah. And my girlfriend saw the photo of the picture and she was panicking. Said, holy shit. Then it's gonna be somewhere here. It's a Chupacabra spider. It's some sort of mythical creature. I see. Like I said, so it could be a spider, right? Kills goats. And he's a giant bat. Sounds like a vampire. Chupacabra is a mythical creature like Bigfoot. Oh, Bigfoot, eh? Goat eater, mythical monster. So where is it? Is it specific for Spain? The Chupacabra. Next patch, the Chupacabra was the new beast in Mortal Line 2. Yeah. Yep, that spider lurking in my house may have, there's no upkeep to that. You can go into deal of upcoming clay rebalance changes. So we have slowly been identified some of the clay gifts that are not being used on performing, similar as some weapon groups, some stat balance on some of the races that we are slowly looking at to see if we want to do a little nudge. And then we try to incorporate that in upcoming patches to just slowly bump unused content, because after all we spend a lot of time on all of these content, and obviously we want to make sure there's some use of them for interested players. I think it's a Clothos. It was so huge and looked a little bit more like a Clothos. You can see the picture in Discord. I posted there on the off-topic pictures. Quite the house spider. The biggest spider I've seen in Sweden, I think. Yeah, we will handle domination and animation, not animation, taming, along with the bug fixing sprint we're doing now. So we have a cool system where larva specific bug creatures could evolve into something else, and there was different chances of rarities what they could evolve into, and that was really cool. And obviously we want to add that also a little bit improved again in on Mortal Line 2. And the plans to make the title system more dynamic so that when player changes heavily from red to blue, they gain and lose certain titles like the commendable. Yeah, maybe. So we are using a system that also we get by Steam, and there's some flaws in that where we can't utilize some of the function we want to utilize. So we are planning to rebuild that system on external server to handle a few things, to tap into some cool gameplay moment as well. But it's not very high on the priority list compared to the other things we work on right now. But we plan to go back to that eventually and do some tweaks there. Yeah. Do you play Mortal Kombat 2, Henrik? I do. As much as is possible. As you know, I'm working a lot Monday to Sunday on this game. I never have a really free moment. I always have the phone on me wherever I am. When I'm not working, I'm working on the phone as well with a lot of the different developers. So I would like to be able to have more time, but I need to spend that time to make sure we reach a certain quality milestone before I can relax more and enjoy more, hopefully, as well. But yeah, like I said before, I'm really missing the more frequent gaming session I used to have with the community back in the combat beta. It was awesome, and I really enjoy that. So that's something I want to do more for sure. And like I mentioned before, we're going to try to plan ahead some upcoming schedule for our streams. And that's going to be everything from different topics, showcasing Unreal 5, showcasing some of the siege mechanics, doing gameplay session with different events where anyone can participate if they want to. We may organize group fights, stuff like that as well, similar to as we did in the combat beta. So I wanna get back into that, and I'm gonna see if we can have some kind of schedule. So you can see on our website what may be the topic or we are going for in some of the upcoming streams. I may be able to bring some developers. Matt's back also talking about some of the future religion and lore of the game. There's a lot of cool stuff there. So there will be some different topics and opportunities to cover different things with Mortal, including gameplay sessions, like I said, with events. So my neck, I don't know. My neck is being slayed in this position when I'm talking in the microphone. But yeah, I think that will be a nice thing. So you can actually see if there's a specific stream that you don't want to miss. Yeah, thank you for that correct posture check. So that people can plan and see ahead a little bit what we may be doing on upcoming streams. They've been quite random lately. I try to always bring something interesting, some sneak peek, etc., and try to make that work along with the overload of work schedule that I'm in currently as well. But like I said, I do enjoy taking the time to relax with you guys and do these streams as well. It helps me also to relax in a way. So yeah. We don't have a date when we're gonna do that work with the bounty hunters, such as the rewards and additional options, but we do have that on the list, Zero Life, so you will see it on the upcoming roadmap eventually. Hey guys, when the Unreal 5 patch will come in, please. We don't have a date, but I will show the progression. There are a few big parts that we still need to go through. That will take a lot of time for the art team. But I will show that progression, and the further we are into that phase, we will have a much better accurate date when we are estimating or aiming for. I can show you a little bit again if you have missed it. These are some Unreal 4, Unreal 5 picture that we have taken recently from the engine work in progress, just to show you some of the really nice differences with lumens. As you can see, it's quite spectacular, adding that realism, how light is bouncing in rooms. Is there any way you can increase guild tag render? Yeah, so as I mentioned before, Hodo, we have a kind of a LOD system on the network range as well. And yeah, some vital data we understand that guild information and also gear is quite up there, which is important to see early on, right? So yes, we do plan to work on increasing that along with the optimization we have been doing the latest months actually. We just want to measure the data based on the same input data, because if we change the cost right now while we optimize things, obviously we can't really measure the optimized data, if you know what I mean. So that's why we're waiting on those kind of tweaks until we are happy with the optimization state. And that's when we're gonna tighten some of those things up. But we're fully aware that obviously we do want a longer range update on guild tags and also gear equipment. Can you not just add max distance for now? No, because like I said, then we will, the data we're getting will be very different. And this is dynamic, so the data changes very drastically. We want to have a solid picture of, because this is the thing, right? So when we do release again with Epic Games and we're delivering those patches, a few thousand players are coming back for, it's very important that we know what capacity we can handle, right? And we have a plan B if we go way beyond that capacity level. So we need to be very accurate in these numbers. So that's why we're careful now, not rushing into changing those and blinding ourselves with the data. What are your thoughts about implementing more trinkets effects such as fishing loot? Yeah, so I have a list of 3 times the amount of trinket effects, and Mats have a list of 100. He go nuts when it comes to this, and it's very exciting. He's brilliant when it comes to these things, and he loves doing it. So there's no shortage of what we will add when it comes to trinket effects in the future. So for sure, you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. Is the next patch big or small? I mean, every patch is quite large due to we are working a lot of points of interest content, which brings a lot of content worldwide. So there's a lot of that coming in almost every patch, and along with a huge solid list of bug fixing and polishing, and like I said, a lot of quality of life as well. So I can't really say exactly how large it will be, but every second patch is usually larger. Every second patch is a little bit smaller. So there's like 2 sprints, and the larger one is a little bit larger and requires a little bit more testing, polishing before it goes live. So you will, over the coming months, you will start seeing this pattern, and hopefully we'll be able to stick to those schedules. You will see that repeating over time. Taming success challenge trinkets, for sure. I mean, there's so many cool effects that we want to add. It's just that we need a coder that adds every single new type of effect. It's not a huge task, but again, depending on how long we want to do that list, or at least we have a long list, but depending on how many of those we want to add into the game, in what chunks, we need coders dedicated. And the coders are very dedicated on polishing and bug fixing right now. So we can finally remove those ghost avatar bugs, invisible weapons, and polishing on pet movement and stuff like that we know is annoying for a lot of our players. Zero life, yeah. Like I said, we know the feedback, and we know that where we want to improve and give options to the bounty hunting to make it even better. Sounds awesome. Thanks, Henrik, and great job on the game. Crest to devs and animators too. Thank you, indeed. Etan sieging. So that is also scheduled to be around for when we're getting ready for Epic Game release, reaching those milestones, and also where we're looking to enable subs, because that's also when we're delivering those things that we know. Obviously, very solid end game content, and like I said, a few thousand players have expressed that they're coming back only with that patch. So we know how important it is for a huge amount of our player base. We have Bible craftable capes. There will be a lot of more capes, yes, and we will have what's it called? Tailoring to make clothes as well. So you will be able to walk in many different fashions over time when we start adding more of that also in the game. You should be able to see guild tags names from far away. Yeah, like I said, we are increasing that length when we are finished with some of the core optimization on the network. So it is coming. We know it's important for our player base, but we need to make it in the right order to make sure we have the capacity under control. Thanks for answering. Keep up the good work. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Fashion. Endgame will be fashion. Hell yeah. Indeed, Babisata Dracula. We need different color horses. Black horses be awesome. Jute white horse looks good, but no good. All right. Yeah, so we have a system half prepared that we also had in the first game where horse pattern and color will be much more dynamic generated. We simply didn't have time to spend in that now because it takes a lot of time from our coders. And like you know, we need to spend those coding focus on Unreal 5 and bug fixing right now. And then we'll be able to go back to stuff like that. Offer out RMC contracts for in-house brokers. I want to run shop, buy, sell orders from my tavern. So that there will be a nice pack for the first TC patch, where you'll be able to start constructing your city and getting those services. So it's a big system that we start with a nice solid pack, and then every now and then we're going to add more and more services into TC. But you will start out with the first pack with some basic but very important NPC services. I'm not sure when we add a crocodile yet. I'm not even sure if we have the mall fully finished, but over time. Thank you, Paula. I misread that. You should not be able to see them from far away. Ah, sorry, I misread it. Yeah, so I mean, there is a, like a logical, realistic thing. Like if you meet someone in helmet on horizon, obviously you don't know who it is, right? Until he's close enough and you can recognize him. But again, there's always a balance in when it comes to finding and reading your enemies. How do you prepare for that and fight? Obviously, we don't want it to pop in when two people are riding against each other and they pop into each other and bam, what you see the gear pop in just a few meters when it's almost too late. That is a little strange and not really nice gaming experience, right? So we need to find a good range where it feels more natural for the players to react in a proper time. So we will try to find a good range there. The game is 100% better if made players interact more, rather than getting mindless ganked by 50 Kodo as to. Yeah, I mean, the game have a main focus, which is obviously player interaction, and we're trying to refine security in the world, consequences, and promote more meaningful game interactions and meaningful PvP interactions, so those players that are interested in those areas go to the specific locations and give more room for that. And there are also some cool features that we want to add as soon as we can that could also help minimizing innocent slaying of players, such as the siege a player and, tell him to raise his hands and give up. And the player can respond to that and say, okay, I yield, I'm standing still, and I'm actually open my inventory to you. So you as the bandit can then, see, is it worth slaying, or can I threat him to pass over some of those items? And if he does or whatever, that may allow him to live at least, and he may walk on without getting endlessly killed. So that could also give a more interesting way of interaction, even though obviously it may suck because you may have lost something, he stole that from you, but it may spare your life and you actually get a more pleasant experience, even though it was a threat against your items or progression. Stuff like that I think will help and give options, at least to give more meaningful, interesting thefts and situations for the players. So that's also something we want to add as soon as we can. It's going to be possible to transfer Steam account to the Epic Games. I'm not exactly sure of all the details there, but we will obviously support Epic Games. They use a similar system as Steam, so we're making sure we support both. So we'll be able to start an account there as well, separate from the Steam account, or if you want to choose, obviously. But I don't know much more than that at this point until Sebastian are filling out the information of that. Do you prefer to have your account on Epic Games rather than Steam, or why do you ask if you can transfer the account? I'm just curious. Remove ability to instant delete items. Or obviously will never work. Yeah, exactly. Obviously it ties to a few of those functions. A pleasant armed robber, indeed. Yeah, the volume differences can be a little shocking depending on what mics and volume settings the players has. So there's quite a variation on how loud or low their voices is. We have noticed that for sure. I'm not sure exactly, but we will look into if we can add some inbound, outbound. Obviously, since if it's only an inbound on mic, everyone will be changed based on that, which means the loud one will be even louder and the low one will be perhaps normal. So we want to see if we can add a function for the players also to boost their mic, or obviously reduce it efficiently, to see if that can help. About non-criminal interaction in the world. Yeah, what do you mean? Which topic? There's a whole bag of non-criminal interactions, both currently and obviously in a long list of different types of elements and trading elements, emote interactions where you can actually reach out your hand, and a player can actually tag that hand if you want to salute him or greet him. Some cool stuff like that we are working on as well. And obviously we have the board table games coming as well. We want to fill these taverns where you can sit down, smoke the pipe, drink some beer, play some games, and have an awesome time. And eventually doing all that in VR. Gonna be really cool. You can play this game without, in so many different ways. Whatever you may be interested in, you can participate in that area. No, like I said, I've been talking quite a lot about the draw distance. We're fully aware. Like I said, I'm playing the game as well. Obviously, I want that transition to be as smooth as you guys want. But like I said, we have the world furthest draw distance when it comes to just rendering a character 5 pixels tall, which you can even hit with an arrow. But we have a LOD system in what data you load depending on the range. And this data stats we won't change until we have finished our server optimization, so we know the costs. So it will happen, it's just not in these upcoming patches right now, as long as we work on the optimization. So it will happen when you can see more details of the characters loading in earlier. Fist bumps, exactly. Greetings and fist bumps. How does a man like you get into the video game industry? Ragey420. So I started playing Ultima Line as a beta tester back in 96, I think it was. And then I think the game released the year after. And I played it a lot. And when I got into that game, I was hooked and mesmerized what kind of unique, cool gaming experience you can have already there with the port technology and dial-up modems. But the experience was awesome, and I thought, holy shit, this is the dream project I would like to be working on in the future. Obviously, been hooked with that. I played it for 11 years on and off. Quite a lot, and obviously since then every single MMO that came out I was highly excited for, obviously, but quite quickly I was let down by no one followed the roots of a true sandbox MMORPG that I thought was just awesome. So they all became theme parks MMO. You guys know the history, you know what that means for us players that love this type of free type of gaming experience and real gaming experience, nothing that completely holds your hands, protect you, and tie everything behind levels, and removes a lot of player skills and experience that you would use your brain for. So very sad for all these years not having a true gaming experience that got close to Ultima Line. I think Star Wars Galaxies got very close. It brought some really nice gaming experience, but that's pretty much it for me personally. So I thought, holy shit, we need this game back. We need to show the young and the new generation that, what the hell, you know, World of Warcraft and those theme park games became such a huge success and created the norms for the genre, but I think it's wrong direction. So we need to wake the crap out of them, show them how to use their brain and skills and play a real MMO experience. And I have no doubt that even casual theme park players can get into the game and enjoy a lot of the parts of the game, as long as they change their mindset that, look, it's fine to die. That's you have it in the name, Mortal Online. It's fine to die, it's fine to lose your gear, because you can replace it very easily by yourself or just buying from other players and interact in a wonderful way. I remember when I started playing World of Warcraft and I was going there, starting to approach a player to interact, and he just ran by, following his quest and question marks, playing with the AI. And was, what the hell is going on here? Is this not an MMO game? No one was even listening. They just ran to the next level, to the next city, just until they have finished it all, and then they wait for the next expansion pack. Blizzard sold a new expansion pack. You have to pay the same amount again and continue those levels up. You know, for me, that was sad. I mean, obviously, I appreciate what they did amazingly well, and they brought millions of interested MMO players to the game world, which is awesome. But I think it's time to show that there's more than theme park to this genre, and it's not just all about PvE or PvP. It's about the whole experience. And you know, over the years, I hopefully you can show that Mortal Online 2 is, you know, up there on the world charts, to show that this is a true dynamic living world where you can do whatever you want and find exciting things in many different areas. So that's why I went into the gaming industry. I wanted to fulfill that hole that is in the market today. Still, it's crazy. So yeah, and of course, not being a giant with those billions of dollars in behind us, I knew that this would be a close to impossible path, but I thought it was worth it. I invested everything that I could in the company, starting it and investing all my time into it. And because I strongly believe that this is a game that, you know, will grow and bring, you know, millions of players over the years, hopefully, to show that this is a genre that are very exciting. So since no one else were doing it, and all those major companies would just try to clone WoW, I didn't see anything close to this type of game coming on the market anytime. And of course, I'm a big gamer. I play a lot of games, different types of games. So I love games, and I'm an entrepreneur and kind of put two pieces together, the company parts, and made it happen. And we started the impossible journey. And yeah, now we're here. I only have white t-shirts during summer when it's 30 degrees hot. If I have any dark or thick t-shirts, I'm melting. So white t-shirts. Someone told you that it looked like Dan Bilzerian. I've heard it a few times. I guess it's the beard. I went from Christian Bale when I was without beard in my younger time, to Ben Affleck, Batman, to Dan Brazilian. Those are the ones I've heard over the years. Only can better. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you for this awesome game. Even if there are some flaws here and there, I'm having a blast. Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear that. CO t-shirts, exactly. I hope it's been rewarding for you. It's a great game concept. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is. You know, I'm very happy to be able to work with the dream project. Having, you know, my life passion for this project is obviously something I'm very grateful for. I know that having that opportunity and chance is not common. There's so many different difficulty parts and challenges that needs to go into place to even get that challenge or opportunity. And there's been a lot of road bumps that have been pure pain in so many ways. So, but it obviously goes along with the whole investment of trying to go for this very difficult project. But you know, we really see the light of the tunnel, and we have very exciting time ahead. And just seeing that the community are responding very positively on our progression, starting with the Necro patch specifically, is obviously feels very good, and have that support by you guys. So again, we are very grateful to have your support, and together there's no doubt that we will put this game on the world map. On the fence buying, worth investing into with the current state content available. So obviously we have all different opinions on what is your interest of the game, what do you want to play as, and you know, it's good to have the understanding that we are in a polished bug fixing phase. There are some bugs that you're gonna encounter sooner or later that obviously is not supposed to be there, and that's the list we're working on to solve and remove right now. But yeah, you know, I guess the community, the players themselves that knows the game have a good response to you, why they think it's worth playing and what they enjoy in the game. Obviously, I'm biased, right? But yeah, any support of you guys that are interested in this genre, it helps a lot. It makes a huge difference when it comes to us being able to reinvest that money into the development. Henrik, once it will launch on Epic, will I be able to transfer my character to Epic account like an alt? I don't think so. But why would you like to transfer from Steam to Epic? I'm just curious, Shinul, if there's something specific. I thought it was the spider, but no, it was one of those spider flies, you know? What are they called? Longbane. What the hell are they called? Looks like almost like a spider with long legs flying. What are the main features of Unreal 5 you think would benefit the game? So overall, we're gonna remove the hitching and freezing when moving all over the world. So obviously that's a huge one, gameplay experience-wise, right? And having a much more stable FPS overall, wherever you are in the world, is gonna be a huge thing. And then of course, there's so many improvement in the systems and how things looks and perform and play that will just improve the gaming experience. So there will be quite a few areas that will be improved for sure. Do you use beard oil? No, I don't actually. I'm natural when it comes to that. $30 is 86 for those N8 people. Seems pretty hot for this area. Yeah, 30 to be in Sweden is very hot. We don't have air conditioning as a standard here, so whenever those days hit, it is painful to sleep and work, and even the computers may crash. Offspring of Ben Affleck and Christian Bale. All right. FPS optimization when? Unreal 5 gonna be an upgrade in performance too? Yeah, in general. So I mentioned a few times a little bit what we can expect from Unreal 5, where it improves overall experience. There's a constant increased cost in the background, but like I said, there's so many big areas that we can heavily more optimize in this engine compared to the one we are now, that should give us an overall better performance for sure. Yeah, we're gonna add some functions to the pets along with Beast Mastery work. So that means you will be able to toggle your pet stances so it may defend itself and stuff like that. And also defend you if someone attack you. Appreciate the direction of the game. I hope to see a bit more shifting and experimentation in the balance patches. So yeah, like I said, we are doing very careful, safe balancing moving forward. We don't want to step into the rabbit hole that we did in the first game, you know, trying to listen to a group of players that couldn't agree with each other. So we pretty much went back and forth over the months, and overall just pissed off more players actually than doing good for the game. And also, since we just went back and forth too much, it's wasted very valuable coding time. So now we have learned from that. We have a much better baseline. So, and we only do careful balance when we know this is an underperforming, weak thing that no one is using. We want to make sure that everything is being used. That's when we do a buff in the right direction. And also, since we know that we need to do bug fixing as a priority one right now. The game is already on the world map. Stan, thank you, very kind of you. But you know what I mean, right? Because you can see on a daily basis, people finding the trailer or showing anyone streaming. They say, what kind of game is this? Never heard about it. And it happens quite frequently. So, it's a good thing, obviously, that we have a few millions of players that will be able to find a game when we start hitting the drums, being ready for open up again for a much wider audience, having a fresh wave of new players, just as we had in the stress test. It was amazing how positive and excited all those players were. Amazingly, we hit over 80% in reviews, and a lot of people were so excited. They never heard about the game before, even Mortal 1 that have been running for 10 years. So there's still millions out there that haven't heard about us. We're a small indie company. We don't have those resources to marketing to make sure the whole gaming world finds us instantly. So, but we're gonna work hard on awareness and marketing when we are ready for Epic Game release to make that wave start going. And with your help, that wave can be even larger. And I have no doubt we will bring in a lot of players and find those players that are interested in this type of game. And I think this will be the most popular MMO in the world soon. Goon, I 100% agree, because what is there not to like when it comes to finding something that you may be liking? So this is the thing, right? All these different features and functions, it's impossible to make everyone happy and excited, right? There will be people that hate a lot of the things, but there's no doubt that there should be areas and features that they could love and play the game only for those reasons, because we're going to offer so much over the years. All those people playing Sea of Thieves and only pirate ship games will be loving Mortal Online when we deliver that system, because it's going to be something unique and very cool. Just as we do in the crafting system, the combat systems, we try to push all those features and categories in the front when it comes to a true sandbox game. So, the more we add, in the more sand and tools we add, obviously the more interested players we can get, even though they may not like full loot. Obviously, that's a quite big thing, but they may not want to leave zero security and risk going out there. They may want to live in more guarded, secured areas, even player-built cities that could be super secured, or just sail the seas or trade within the boundaries of some protection. There's so much to offer to so many different styles, and that's what I like with Mortal Online. There's so many different areas that are very exciting, especially that we're going to add as well in the upcoming year. I'm going to play a mage. I will soon switch my build, I guess. I will revisiting some mage play, I mean. As I said, we're doing 2 small buffs for mages in this next patch. Mounted casting will be a little bit faster with mounted magery, and the concentration will go up a little bit. Because I want to have alt Steam account character on my main Epic account. So you mean have multiple character on one account? We don't support that at this point, as you know, and we don't plan to support that anytime soon. There's a lot of sensitive systems and balance tied to the one character per account system. So yeah. Why call Spider Valley by Spider Valley? There's no spiders. So it's the players that named it Spider Valley, right? Not us. I'm going to make it free on Epic Games the first 2 weeks to attract more players. Initially, we're not making the game free to access. So what we're all planning to do after Epic Game release. So as I mentioned before, we expect a wave of players, new players, and a lot more marketing, a lot of activities that, we have no clue again how many players that may bring, but it could be, anything from a few thousand to a lot of thousands. And we need to be prepared for a larger wave as well, so we can handle that much better than we did in the Steam release. And I lost the line. What was the question again? It was something important I wanted to say. Damn. Where's the question? Yeah, my brain fell asleep there. But it was something important I wanted to say. What the hell was it? Yeah, free to play, right? So so we know that we'll most likely be busy during those phases. Like I said, we have TC season hitting, which means we already know there's a few thousands of players that are coming back with that patch alone. And then we're not even counting marketing influencers, the Unreal 5 Epic patch in general that brings a lot of stuff as well. But after this phase, when again we are making sure we're full on control, because going free to play will obviously bring a lot more players, right? So we want to make sure we take them in steps that we can handle them. So I hope that makes sense, right? But we do plan to offer our free to play on Haven when we reach that step after the main Epic release and that content tied to that. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I told my friend this was Skyrim meets Escape from Tarkov, and boom, he's hooked. Shut up. That is a good description of the game. I agree. I mean, I would say anyone that loved the games Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, Escape from Tarkov, and Valheim, Skyrim, there's good influences and mechanics and some things you recognize from all those games, right? So yeah, I think that players that enjoy those games a lot will be able to enjoy quite a bit in Model 9 as well, and even more over the year when we add so many more features that will bring completely new game play types to the game. But that's our goal, right? Because we know how powerful it is to have a growing community that just, you know, have good things to speak about the game when we deliver, right? So as long as we make sure that the game speaks for itself, the players will be playing it or be interested in playing it, and obviously may want to bring their friends, and the more that talk about it, want to play it, the more people want to try it out and play with each others. And that's when the game growing, right? Because it also gets even more exciting and fun the more players that joins in. So that is the way we want to start, especially when we hit the Epic Game release. But for sure, you know, we are very happy to see a positive trend already now in the midst of polishing. I think that's great because obviously everyone now playing gonna find it more enjoyable with a decent player base being active on a daily basis. So that's cool. And I'm falling behind again, guys. Let me see. Sewer rat title from Teen Resuers. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Toxic Pegaga. True, just learned about the game from Clean. Gryphone. Awesome to hear that. Yeah, I saw Clean jumped in. A bigger streamer. Was awesome to see him pick up the game. And I think he got reminded about the game's existence by our latest trailer, which was awesome because, you know, obviously that shows that it gives some interest to the game. And yeah, Clean, I saw him stream the game. He seems to be an expert Mordhau player, so he already hit a quite high PvP tier in a very short time, which is quite impressive. So yeah, it's cool to see more streamers picking up the game, trying it out again, and giving it a chance. No, we don't have a date yet for subscription. So like I said, we have those big milestones we need to reach before that is a good option to enable. Are there to get the wave of new people to play it. Yeah, so like I said, I think I covered it right when I was talking about that. So there's several steps we're gonna hit. We are one of the game in the world that is new in our release phase, that are not really hitting the marketing, but we're doing that for good reasons. We know we need to improve some things in the game so we don't ruin the game experience for a lot of new players. So we're not rushing into that. And we know that there's a few things the majority wants in the game before they want to commit and also even consider a subscription to the game to support it, and we can continue develop the game and run the servers. So obviously when we reach those exciting milestones that will in itself excite players for different reasons, we have the Unreal 5, we have a whole new task system, we have a lot of bug polish and fixes and skills, we have TC, we have sieging, and a lot of points of interest, making the game feel much more alive and exciting. So along with that, we start that marketing again. We already have some really large YouTubers, influencers that are really excited about this type of game. They're waiting for it, they are excited, and they want to support us by showcasing the game, similar to how some of them did during the stress test. And it was such a pleasant surprise for us that they approached us being very excited about this game. We didn't expect that from some of those giants, and they're waiting for us to say, we're ready, we reached that milestone now, go at it. And obviously that will hopefully help us also bring in a lot of eyes on the game. Beastmastery is on that map also, and I can't say what date at this point, but it's planned for also to be fixed. Lumen had 10,000 people per shard. Kaskis, the shard I played on exceeded that. Do you plan to upscale the amount of people who can be logged into the world at a single time? A server shard in Ultima Online didn't reach those numbers at all. You're quite off from. I'm not sure how you get those numbers. I was a beta tester of Ultima Online, and I played that game very frequently for 11 years. So I'm very familiar with that game. The best MMO in all time, in my opinion. And we are trying to surpass that. That's why we're so inspired by a lot of the features. But they didn't have those numbers. They had much lower than that. We don't have the exact number today. Every second week we have pushed those numbers quite greatly, and we haven't been close to that cap. Now, since we don't have the same amount as we had on release, we're expecting a push again. Obviously, when we reach those milestones, so that is what we're preparing to. We are also, doing work now so we can more accurately calculate the cost that we can handle, and depending on where we land that number, we will also know the capacity per continent and what we require to do, and also have like a plan B to be able to support more players if a lot more players want to play the game during those steps with Epic Game Release. But we are surpassing those World of Warcraft server numbers for sure. I can't say at what number we are landing on at this point. That's a little bit too early still, but that's one of the big things we're working on next to the polishing and bug fixing. Are there plans to increase map size after TC? No, we don't plan to increase Mirland. We do plan to eventually increase the world by adding the upcoming continents that have completely new settings, creatures, environments, all kind of stuff, homes of some of the clades. Over time, if things goes as planned and we keep growing, and along with TC, we're gonna run out of land space, no doubt, just as we did in all those other games like Ultima Online. So that's where we're gonna continue growing the world of Nave by adding the other continents. That's going to bring a lot of excitement for the players, but also obviously important land space. As someone who was burned early on from long queues times and not being able to play and not being able to get a refund due to queue play time, what assurance can you make that things like this aren't going to be the experience for new players? Yeah, exactly. That was obviously punch in the stomach for all of us, right? Including us devs. We worked day and night and almost died during that phase. Very unpleasant for all of us, and we did everything we could to control the things with the little resources we had. And I think we are on a much greater position now. And due to that experience, we do have a lot of the data and know how to handle that. If it comes down to we being totally flooded again, and we can't handle, a good portion of those on mainland, we do have and are working on a plan B where we can scale up in a specific way to control that and make sure that anyone buying it should also be able to play it in a reasonable time frame and not spending hours in a bad queue system. So we know how important that is, and we know that we can't do that one more time. That will be a big slap in everyone's face, right? So we are very careful when it comes to this part and working very hard on that to make sure we have a plan B if our main capacity is being hit. How is Seaguar if we work with ship update? Can we travel around the globe, or do we have to stick shores Milan? No, so there will be a sea system where we go into deep sea and travel the globe. So you will not just only be around Milan. You will go into, obviously you can go around Milan, but there is the what's it called? The continent that goes down that obviously don't allow you to sail through that without, going under. But you will be able to transport your ship on land as well to transfer it to the different sea levels. But yes, then obviously we'll be able to sail around Milan and then also go out in a deep water and also go eventually to the upcoming continents as well. And including one of the cool thing obviously is the sunken continent. When you sail to those, you will sail to a whole continent just being water. And, if you don't know where you are, or if you happen to go dive deep there, you will find a whole world and continent with its own settings and things to discover on the water, which is a very cool thing that will be one of the continents. Hey mate, I've been watching Clean stream a lot lately, and the game you're developing is nothing short of amazing. You should be very proud. This is a huge task for any dev team, especially a small team like yours, so well done. Thank you very much, Siptai. It means a lot to hear that from you guys, and it makes a huge difference from us when it comes to boosting our energy levels, and that we feel that it's worth all the hard work and people are enjoying it so far. And that makes us very excited and boost us to make the game even better. So I appreciate that, and the team appreciate it a lot. So thank you. Will my current PC survive this change to Unreal 5? That depends completely on your PC, Reynold. I can't say. Lol, Henrik. What are we lolling about? Am I falling behind the text again here? Let me scroll down. I think I'm falling behind again. Sorry, guys. I'm not too fast today, or I'm going too long on the questions. How much faster would Mountain Manager be? So we're going from we're moving half of the penalty when it comes to casting, and we're adding about 10% concentration value. Yeah, definitely here because of Clean. He definitely put this game on the radar the past couple of days. Abe Tan, awesome to hear that. Yeah, it's awesome to get some attention already now from some bigger streamer that obviously help us to show the game. And obviously even better if they enjoy what they're trying. And yeah, I was watching Clean stream the game as well. I'm always very interested in watching new players trying the game for the first time to see how they respond to certain things, how they interpret certain things, and obviously how they experience. Especially the first hours is very critical for a game. So that's where we spend a lot of data and investigation. So this is a big area that we're improving as well for the Epic Game release to help new players as good as possible, because the game is, you know, quite difficult. It's not just, you know, World of Warcraft, go to a question mark and follow the linear quest line story. There's so much more to it, and since it's a true sandbox, players can decide to just head out there in the world, and that can be very dangerous. And you know, at first view, you may not even know what can you do in this game. Is there anything you can do? And you know, the more you start digging into the surface, into the different features and areas, you will see that those rabbit holes goes very deep, and it's very rewarding if you're interested in any of those features and areas. So yeah, it's cool to see players finding the game and getting into the game and enjoying it. Any plans to introduce a story role-playing elements? As far as I can tell, the only role you can play is a mirror. Do Cypher. We actually spend a lot of time to taking this step, because you know we know this is a true sandbox, is open, and a common response is you make your own quest, right? And new players get a little confused and want to get that kind of push towards what they really can do to get immersed in the game. And we can understand that that is not an easy thing to do for a lot of players, especially coming from theme park games, and it's a new experience to a lot of players. We don't want that to be ruined and that they leave due to, it sounds, you know, difficult or tricky to get into for me, even though I'm interested, so I may leave the game. That's not good for the game. So obviously we are looking into this whole area and experience to see how we can improve it. And we think we found and identified some of the big important factors here that will make a big difference. So we also always plan to add more lore and captivate players in a deep, meaningful experience when it comes to what happened in this world, what is the lore, what happened in the past, and what may happen in the future. And there's actually clues and information that are being put into the world that is slowly revealing huge secrets of the lore in game, which is really exciting. This is stuff that Mats have been reading over the years, many years ago, and it's just like reading Game of Thrones, you know, Lord of the Rings. Is really talented when it comes to this. So, and we never really had the resources to add a lot of this to the game, which have been very unfortunate, because after all, the genre name is RPG, right? We do want to promote RPG elements. So we're adding more and more lore, clues, hidden things in the game world as rewards for those that are interested. And it's also can be used to, obtain power and knowledge to tap into new type of skills, magic, or whatever it may be, resources, and also to foresee possible events in the future, to have that lead. And obviously it's up to the players to share that with others, or keep it to yourself, or within your guild only. And that's very exciting stuff. Along with that, we are expanding our task system, which will greatly help new players to get a huge option when they leave Haven. Okay, you can go here and you can do job. You can work for the different nations, and you can learn more about this and that. And by following that information, you are digging deep into some of those cool features that you can pick from. So rather than just staying in help channel and saying, what do I do in this game world? And you're getting some response from the veterans, do whatever you want, make your own quests. It's true, it's a true response, and it's totally correct. But like I said, we will help a lot of those players to automatically go into those steps, learn the game, and get captivated and excited about the game. And we don't risk losing too many players. So that's a big thing also for the Epic Game release. No, I'm gonna show gameplay with Unreal 5 in upcoming streams. I just managed to get some of these pictures where we finally get a lot of the things going in a correct way. There's still room for a lot of tweaks and polishing when it comes to the effects of everything and how the light behaves. But I think this is a really cool showcase to show a little bit what you can expect in the future. And I think it's a really nice step forward when it comes to illuminating the game in a very realistic way using lumens in Unreal 5. So I will show you that progression over the upcoming streams, and I will eventually show you the amazing weather system and how things play. Mail will be back on this next patch, which is planned for, if things goes smooth, hopefully mid next week. Oh, you are way behind. Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna scroll down. I feel when I'm getting behind here. New player here. Find the game very compelling. Love the depth. Can see myself playing for a while. My only main problem is NPCs not updating their positions regularly. I live in the UK. Not updating their position regularly. I wonder exactly what you mean here. Are you referring to if you're fighting a bandit, a NPC player, and depending on their distance and how they hit you? So if that's the case, there are a few things we want to improve when it comes to range of AI fighting. So this is a MMORPG where we have real-time traces between players and spend a lot of effort into that part. But yes, there are cases where the range for some of the attacks feels not really connecting. Obviously, you can adapt to that and you will learn quite quickly exactly how it works and where it hits or not. But yes, we plan to tweak some of these things that will improve that experience. We do not use the traditional range check as most theme park games where there's auto attacks. We have real trace systems in a very different way to make the PvP combat be one of a kind. And we try to use the same kind of attack behaviors on the NPCs, but the range, how they connect, is something we're working on. Hearing it talk makes me want to play it again. Lol, I just didn't like how I died because I was overweight. This was when the game first came out. I'd definitely go back if there was cool cosmetic I can spend my real money on. Lame see God. Yeah, we're not really going the microtransaction cosmetic business model, as many of you guys know, for very good reasons. And I have a topic on that. There's so many different or important aspects that goes into how do we build this game, how do we monetize it without sacrificing game experience with lock content or making it pay to win. We strongly believe that if you look at the details, what it means to just pay a subscription-based model, which is actually less than you need to spend in any free-to-play game to be on a competitive level. It's a huge difference. But we know also that, when the big companies start with the microtransaction free-to-play games, that became the standard for most games, right? Because people got used to, it's free. I download it and I get into the game and I play it very easily. But very quickly, if you want to, progress efficiently or access things or, look cool or beat other players, you need to spend money. So if you look at the game experience, you sacrifice so much for going that business model. Again, this is our baby. We want the game to shine and give you a pure game experience. So we don't want to dilute the game experience by locking content in that way or making it pay to win in that way. So that's why we hope that players will take a look at that and see what it means for you. We're making this for you to give a better game experience. And again, you're spending less money than you have to do in those free-to-play games. I tried a lot of solid free-to-play games, and I was scared how much money I had to invest to play on a normal level or progress in a way where I didn't have to take a long break because I was locked behind content, or even get close to the big ways to compete on a larger levels. I had to spend ridiculous amount of money, so much that it almost felt me feel, is this really focused on a gaming experience today, or is it more about business and money? You know, scarcely destroying the pure gaming experience. And I don't like that in terms of being a pure gamer myself. I would love to get back to that route. You pay money for the game and you get a perfect gaming experience rather than sacrificing all of this. And I think this is vital for the direction of how games will move in the future. And it's us consumers, players, that are deciding that fate. So I really hope that players will, you know, consider what this means and you know, see that this could actually benefit the players. Hopefully you will spend less money because you're not locked in pay to win, and you actually are getting everything, access to everything, same for everyone else. You're getting all the expansion packs for free as well. We need the fundings to pay the developers, pay the servers, the staff, everything, and make the game even better and make it grow to give you even more in return. So we really hope that players consider this and see the value in it, because it's priceless, I would say. You know, I get sad when I see potentially exciting games and I see they're all locked behind free-to-play models or pay-to-win stuff. And it's sad because the game will be much worse no matter how you see it, even though it's a refreshing new taste to it. So yeah, that's all I want to say on why we picked a very important price paying model. Like the attitude of this guy is very correct. We will decide the condition of our games by choices we make. Yeah, and you know, like I said, what's sad is that so many companies now are just taking money from all these types of free-to-play, locked content, pay-to-win stuff, and they do it in a perfect way in terms of, obviously they put experts on how do we reward them, how do we lock content. They don't want to wait. They want to get a little bit stronger and want to look a little bit cooler. And you feel the urge and you pay and you get that, you know, that buff, and then they add something new. It never ends, and it's all created to just make money, and that's fine, right? It's business, and that's what gives resources to build really amazing games. So that's fine. But I'm thinking that this genre that have become so standardized when it comes to free to play, I think the game hurts a lot. Thank you, Maxi, for the donation. I about still think pet armor mount, any creature or other taming feature come before next Magic School. I can't say exactly. It depends so much on the animation work progression we're doing right now. So you will see it eventually on roadmap to see where we can expect them in what order. So we need a little bit more time for that. Yeah, I hope it makes sense a little bit what I'm talking about here. I know it's a sensitive topic, and a lot of players, you know, don't want to touch a sub game. I see that as a common factor, but I want to wake those players in terms of giving them information, like start that trigger in the brain, like, does this make sense? What does it matter for me as a gamer? And really evaluate that, because I think we can get better games if we don't just go one road, very strict, everything bound to the same mechanics, tied by pay to win, cosmetic, new access to the game, boost your whatever that takes X amount of hours, and you boost that and get it in 1 minute by just paying money. I think it's a strange gaming experience, but obviously a brilliant business model because it works. The brain gets addicted by that reward and instant gratification, and we spend more and more money. So that's why they go more and more that direction. But again, the game won't be better, that's for sure. Look at Diablo Immortal. I've read so much about that game when it comes to how the community reacted on that, and that you have to spend insane amount of money to, you know, be successful. And I was actually trying it myself because because again, I try to try as many games as possible because I want to get all experience and insight in all different games and categories and learn. I played a few characters up to a few levels, thought, they're doing things in a good way. I know where they shine and such, even though I think Diablo Immortal is more like Diablo 3, which is more like WoW clone with the abilities and how you level up and all that. I like the Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, the core essence of Diablo, much more. I think Diablo 3 is a completely different game. But anyway, that's a different thing. But anyway, I played it a few times, and then the game told me you have to connect it to your Battle.net account. So I did, after spending a few hours every now and then over a few days just to test it. And I connected my account, successfully done so, and I logged in. My character was gone. And I was, what the hell happened now? Did I mistake? And I Googled it, and there's thousands of people saying the same thing. What the hell? I spent hours, days, months into my characters, and then I connected my account to Battle.net. Boof, character's gone. They contact the support and they say, that's how it is. You have to start over. That's when I uninstalled the game, and so did so many other people. What happened? This is Blizzard. I love Blizzard. I love their first games, Diablo, StarCraft. I was a big fan, but I was so sad to see the direction of this. And what happened to my characters? What the hell? Anyway, I'm not here to talk about Diablo Immortal. I still hope that Diablo 4 will be a good game, I loved playing Diablo 1, which also brought me actually the contact with Origin Ultima Line back in 96. So again, I'm thankful for Diablo 1. It put me towards this path also. Amazing game. 100% sub games are better. I'm glad that, everyone can at least look at the options and what it means for us as players and what it means for the game. And then, we will see how the future evolves. I may be wrong, but this is what I experience from the game currently. And I see there's a lot of people out there and a lot of gamers and a lot of you guys see the same problem with some of those roads. Yeah, we're being manipulated, basically engineered to drain money from us through addiction. Exactly. That's how a lot of the business works, right? Wanna become even more successful. And many of the owners are not even gamers. They just want to see the money, right? So obviously they go for that direction and the data. It's very simple how that works. But I'm very confident that giving a pure gaming experience without that diluting the experience, there's enough players out there that can enjoy Mortal Online, and we don't need those millions of players to be successful. We are much smaller companies and we are independent, so we only need a fraction of those volumes to become a very successful company, to be able to grow and just take the lead even more in this genre. And with your help, guys, we can make that happen. We are in the faith when it comes to the sandbox future, there's no doubt. So games were always better. Look at Henrik Online or EVE Online. Yeah, I played Henrik Online quite a lot as well. One of the few games that I kind of got hooked into as well. And yeah, paid a subscription. EVE Online, exactly the same thing. Played that game for many years on and off as well. But yeah, again, they dropped some of that quality when it went free to play also. And again, we also tried free to play with Mortal 1, and there was a lot of issues that was brought along with free to play that we believe wasn't worth it anymore. So that's why we want to limit that very strictly in a certain way for Haven only, for instance. That's where it can work for us. Played a lot of beta, but stopped launch day because could never get in. But have been on the past week enjoying it, but having bad stutters. I don't remember it being like this in beta. Is this a known issue or something on my end? C-Tech. Depends a little bit on what happens here, and obviously a little bit your computer specs. There's more things in the game world. People are building houses every here and there. But in general, I think you are referring to the level streamings, which will be solved in Unreal Engine 5. So if that's the case, you can expect that to be much more smooth in Engine 5. There's a lot of areas that we're gonna optimize. Like the expansion, non-cosmetic DLC business model. Yeah, we're happy to hear that. You know, a lot of you guys seem to again agree that the gaming experience will be improved in many ways. Blizzard used to be my favorite game development studio. WoW changed them. Yeah, I agree. I was a big fan of Blizzard. Obviously I still respect them. There are amazing developers there, and they have done some amazing titles. But I agree that I don't know. They had changed over the years, and I haven't been able to enjoy the games as much, sadly. A great way to generate funds while being free to play is to host events monthly that include exclusive in-game items, etc. that players can buy with an in-game currency bought with both in-game gold as well as real money. We do know and understand that we want to do some monthly events, and I want to do some interesting events in some of my streams as well on Thursdays. So we will try to promote as much interest as possible for the players. We've seen there's a good interest when we have specific events that players want to participate in, and that's very fun for everyone involved. So we do want to plan that ahead, especially now when we have a little bit downtime, just heavily focusing on polishing and stepping out on Unreal 5 until we can reach those juicy features as well that obviously bring a lot of fun gameplay as well on their own. Diablo Immortal is fun as long as you quit at Hell 1. Alright. Yeah, I didn't get that far because my characters disappeared. Wasted those hours. So did a few thousand others, and they all quit for the same reason. That's quite crazy. I didn't think that could happen at Blizzard. So is the best way for MMOs, plus the game will be continue to have new content along with DLCs. So sub pays for all that and helps pay the team for maintaining servers. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, there's, like everyone knows, there's quite a few costs tied to running a game like this and run the services. And obviously we need to cover them, and we can do that as long as we have a decent player base. We don't need a huge player base to run everything stable. And everything above that helps us to expand the team and make the game even better, faster. So the players are kind of in control of that kind of progression as well. If we do a good job, then, you know, hopefully we will get reward to be able to expand on the company and Mortal. This is now funded by the military and US government. Oh, I didn't know that. Love you, True Talk. Thank you very much, Plasma Juice. I'm happy to hear that people don't seem to completely disagree, at least in these opinions and directions, and that makes me happy because, like I said, I want these types of game to have, you know, there should be options in this genre as well. I shouldn't just be able to pick between pay to win, free to play, theme park MMOs. We deserve more options, I think. Since you love Diablo, have you tried Path of Exile? For sure. Like I said, I was very hyped for Diablo 3 because obviously I was a big fan of Diablo 2. Super disappointed when I played through Diablo 3. Then I found Path of Exile, and bam, that's a real successor. Really awesome game. So I spent some time in Path of Exile. I enjoyed it a lot. A good company. I like how they're progressing things. And yeah, they are running on DLC, selling cosmetic and stuff, and that seems to work for their game. So, you know, I'm happy to see that works for them, and that the game still is fun and exciting and challenging without being restricted, and it works just by selling cosmetic. But as you know, cosmetic is a huge part of tailoring and exploration and discoveries and player skills and knowledge. So we don't want to tie that again into paid cosmetic, because the player should be in charge of that, and that's a huge feature for the game that a lot of people are interested in. So that's why we don't want to commit to only that business model. But yeah, Path of Exile is really cool, and I see they're making a sequel, Path of Exile 2, in the making, so I'm gonna try that for sure as well. That's true. Did you do the item dupe on the other one? I think I tried it. So you could play that offline as well, right? On single player. I play that with a few friends on LAN, offline, and enjoy that game a lot. So I got to experience the dupe for the first time ever and see how all that works and how that affects the game. And was hoping that obviously the developers will take care of all that so it could be a fair game when you're playing online. But yeah, since 96, players have been cheating, duping, and doing all kind of stuff, and that will never go away. It's part of the nature of human to cheat, do illegal things, and ruin things, and just something we need to expect and always have resources against also, simultaneously as everything else. Sadly, but that's just how it is. There's no GM online. There should be a GM online 24/7. Mr. VR Voice, you're wrong. You're not wrong. Gamers have just become too complacent and lost their self-respect for quality as addicts normally do. Our philosophies align. You deserve the support. Thank you very much, Mr. VR Voice. And yeah, like I said, I'm very happy to see that there's a lot of people out there that are seeing this in a similar way. And it may feel like, we're just following the trend. We can't make a difference, right? It's the common factor when there's huge forces in the world dominating all of this. But I strongly believe that we can make it happen. And I'm very set, along with my team, to deliver this game as we plan. And hopefully there will be a great support for it. And if we grow and become very successful, that may also open up the eyes for the giant to see, maybe it's worth doing something there anyway, even though they can't really point on a project that have walked through this path and made it very successful for many reasons. But I think that if we do this correct and are persistent, stay true to the path, I strongly believe this can become a very successful title. And that could make other giants interested in trying this road, and that would give us more options, which is always good, right? They got lazy. Yeah, I think it's a mix of all of this, right? Most MMOs nowadays are just a different shade of the same crap that came before them. Modline is like a unicorn. It's a one-of-a-kind experience. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So many WoW clones over the years since WoW hit the world dominance. Understandable why everyone want to clone WoW. That's a common business model, right? Find something and try to make it even better. And if you have the resources, that's commonly what you should do, right? But Blizzard did it right. They were a solid company when they started that game, and there's been few competitive reaching the same numbers of success. But yeah, they're all clones with different skins pretty much. I fully agree to that statement. That's a good description. And yeah, there's not many games that tries different ways, such as Mortal Lion, that's for sure. And that's why I think it's very important we put Mortal Lion 2 on the world map together. Even Lion is the worst, I love it, but the submodel is so bad. Yeah, I haven't been active in Evil Lion since quite a few back, and I heard and followed them being bought by Tencent, right? And when they changed to free-to-play model, I heard quite a few negative things from the past players I used to know in that game. And yeah, I haven't really got into it over the years since that started to happen. And I think I'm behind again, guys. I'm gonna scroll down and see if we can find some ending topics. We started an in-game event today. It's a little too late today, and I think it's better if I plan some of those things a little bit ahead, so people can prepare if they want to participate. I think that would be a better way also to engage in the game with you guys. So, like I said, I'm gonna try to spend a few on upcoming stream sessions. Try to make a little schedule also, so you can prepare a little bit when it comes to in-game sessions as well. I have a few ideas that could be fun for anyone that wanna join in on that. What's up with the moon in Model 2? Yeah, what's up with it? There are 2 moons. And there's something more to it than that, but I can't say more than that at this point, guys. Shh. We can pay for cosmetic capes. Those cosmetic capes, though, is cool stuff content to fight for and find and discover in game, and eventually dye them and see some of them. So I'm not sure if we wanna step into that and start selling them instead when they can be great content for the game. You see, I'm a little allergic against it. Activision is among the many Fortune 500 companies that not only paid no federal income tax 2018, but received a $228 million income tax refund on behalf of the American taxpayers. Holy shit. Why? Why? See, this is what companies like Star Wars deserves. We need that, right? But no. Gives it to the most successful giants that doesn't need it that desperately, that someone else may. But yeah, it is what it is. Nod, your game is awesome and your business model will be the fairest one. Just wanted to share this word with you. Keep moving forward with the same vision, please. Thank you very much, Nod. I appreciate it. Yeah, for player-made cities, you will be able to hire NPCs for different services. And quit smoking. Look high. No, I'm not smoking and I'm not high. I'm just tired. My eyes are slowly falling down. It's a bit late here now. Been a long day and it's hot in here. It's sad Amazon changed their sandbox PvP game in the last minute and trying to cover it. I mean, New World. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm always interested in any upcoming MMO, especially if they are moving towards sandboxy direction and freedom. And yeah, so of course I was interested in that. And then, yeah, a very drastic change, very close to release. I understand exactly why they did it, for very good reasons. And maybe it was right for them. I don't know. Obviously, they had a whole team just calculating on that. But yeah, it's obviously super hype. It shows also the strength of amazing marketing behind the giants. They sold insane amount, right? But it's going down quite fast after that. So yeah, I don't know. thoughts on Star Citizen? The DG Bunting. Obviously, again, a big fan of those kind of game. I like both fantasy and science fiction. I can go both ways. There's a few things that is a little annoying, I think. Obviously a big star in the industry reaching out to get fundings before building the game, already having the resources and abilities to do something. I don't know what I think about that. Instead of spending my own money, I get you into spending into it, the ideas, and then I'm gonna make it happen. Feels a little bit like, don't you believe in your project enough to invest on your own and risk that, or you take the safe way, and if it works, I never liked that mentality. I'm not saying this is exactly how they did it, but obviously using Kickstarter and such, being a giant, kind of shows that tone a little bit. That's just a little bit personal what I think, but I could be completely wrong. And again, it's mostly the stars that are already famous, have track records that can do amazing promotion videos and get amazing fundings through Kickstarters. There's many small, exciting projects and developers out there that could do something amazing if they got that Kickstarter, but may have failed because they lack the resources to put together amazing video to hype the crap out of the concept to get the fundings. That is difficult and always is, right? And then I followed them over the years, and I was shocked. It's been what? Is it more than 8 years? I don't remember now, but seeing they're still selling ships, that's an amazing business model, right? Why risk releasing something to get anyone disappointed when you can keep selling ships for billions of dollars? That's insane. Very interesting business model. And I see that they are nowhere close to do a MMO solution, which is the biggest task when you're building an MMO. With those resources they have, I have no doubt that they can make something spectacular, because how can you fail with that kind of resources? If we get 100th, 10th, 1,000th of 10th of that budget, we will be putting the world's MMOs into a disgrace in comparison. It's crazy how much what our team managed to do with nothing really, and struggle with that. And yeah, just seeing that can be like, Jesus, imagine we just got a fraction of that. It's crazy. But yeah, again, maybe it becomes the best MMO in all time when they manage to do the MMO solution and put everything together. I can't say. I follow it a little bit on and off, and I think it's an awesome looking project. Obviously, impressive graphics as well, but I think we are surpassing them now, especially with Unreal Engine 5. So they need to step up their game also to keep pushing it, right? But yeah, there's some cool stuff I'm excited about for when it comes to that game, but also I'm a little bit skeptical when I've seen their development and progression with that resources and not having a MMO solution yet. That confuses me. Chupacabra. I'm not forgetting about Chupacabra. Scam Citizen. I'm not sure, right? Obviously they're doing some cool stuff, but I would expect more with those insane resources. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there. I can only compare it to what's going on over here, right? And what we experience from other large companies. Yes. Please. Yeah, we're gonna look into AMD FSR if it's as easy as with DLSS. If it is, we're gonna try to make it happen. I'm gonna show some support for AMD users as well, for sure. That will make such a difference to range. Yeah, 10% more. Like I said, we're trying to do careful steps. 10% is quite a difference, but yeah, maybe it's not a huge difference, but should obviously be a noticeable difference overall. And casting faster on mount, also noticeable for sure. So again, we're following up and see how things turns out over time, so we don't rush into a direction and then have to go change it again and again in a different direction. After a decade in development, Star System is looking to implement its second star system in its 11th year. Yeah, like I said, why change a business model that is amazingly successful already? You follow the development of Camelot Unchained, and what do you think about making a whole new engine which could benefit them in the long run? I looked into it quite a while ago, and then I've not really followed that progression. I did play a little bit Dark Age of Camelot back in the old days. I enjoyed it a little bit. So I can't say I'm really up to date or really know what's going on in Unchained. So yeah, I can't really speak much about it. No, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Henrik looks so sleepy today. Maybe he needs some skooma to freshen up. What is skooma? Skooma. Yeah, maybe I look a little bit tired now. Isn't Camelot Unchained dead? Now when you say it, I remember I read something about that. Did they cancel it? That rings a bell to me when you're saying that, Reifert. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what happened, why I stopped following it. Skyrim boost. Ah, of course. Skooma. Kind of Nahuat. I got it. I got it. No, it's not that. Okay. We were wrong. Any plans removing the speed boosts from the Vela active clades? No, we think they are one of the key points for Velas, and a lot of players are enjoying it. So it's one of their strengths, right? So we don't plan to nerf popular, interesting builds. What we are looking at first is weak, underpowered gifts that we may want to make more interesting to, be options and compete with other things. That's more the direction we want to take to have a safer balance moving forward. And a game that's in development for 5 years has only lost interest is dead. All right. I'm genuinely curious, why did you decide to go with armor weight users for shield balance opposed to strength? Yeah, so it's the whole thing, right? We see a shield as armor also. There's passive and equipment hits that kind of ties to your armor, that there will be a great impact now when you use your shields to also block damage in PvE. So it acts a little bit like armor, right? And obviously we want to make sure that we address the balance that you can use anything you want, right? But there are factors that affect your mana capacity, mana regen, obviously stamina and all of that. And we want to still protect the option as going for a light round shield for a mage build, which became quite popular. So you can still build those small light shields without having a great impact and play the same. While a large heavy one that will be interesting for obviously a more tanky, strong build that incorporate those into your armor build, that will reduce a lot more of the blocking and parrying when it comes to fighting with PvE as well. So we want to get that baseline, and we want to follow up on that and see if we are in a solid state, because then we have the whole spectrum from small light to the heaviest tower one, and they have a natural strength by having such a huge collision, right? So when you hit that, it's an equipment hit, and this is a badass huge shield, right? And that should obviously be a penalty if you're running around with that on your back, as many mages are doing today. That would be a very bad, strange situation, just running around with it on the back, and you just see a running shield and hitting that shield. So that's why we wanted to make sure we have a balance from that whole spectrum to, it shouldn't become the new meta to have it on the back running around without a penalty pretty much for a mage or any. So is that overall balance we're looking at to get into a proper place now when we're adding the heavy shield ones that are having a greater impact that the smaller ones have a little bit less of today. So you can still run around with your round shield on your back without having a huge difference, but you can't be covering everything, so there's only a running tower shield without any impact on your mage build. We are planning to do the Unreal 5 switch with the Epic Game release. So, and yeah, we don't have the exact date for it, but as we progress, we're gonna update our estimates. Yes, tower shields goes into the next patch. Tower shields and daggers going to be an issue? What do you mean? I mean, you can pick it up, but like I said, it will have a much greater impact on your mana regen, because it gets counted in your armor weight as well. So if you, that's the balance, right? So it's up to you how you want to sacrifice or change those things to go for a very big shield on a mage dagger build. Things I like the clade are fun. It's the passive clade that are crazy good. You mean the speed bonuses? Interesting, because the first month everyone said it's too small difference. You need to buff them more. I can't even make the escape from melee fighters when he's in my back. But we stayed true to it and didn't want to rush to change it, because we know that over time that's slowly may change, which it has. A lot of people said it was way too little, and now some claim it's a little bit too much, and then there's a lot of in between. So again, we're not rushing into changing those numbers now when we actually see still a very good overall balance and variation on the field. Was the trailer for the game being filled with misinformation? No, me and Mats that made the trailer, we were very careful how we worded it, and if you read carefully how it's worded, we are not specifically saying that we have thievery in the game, or that you can use your own vendors in your houses at this point, but you can still run your own shop. You can steal from players by obviously killing and stealing their items, which is an illegal criminal action. We will expand on a lot of these features with more content, such as thievery, specifically skill where you can look into someone's inventory and steal items. but you can still steal from anyone if you obviously kill them or, you know, loot their items. You know, that's still stealing their items. It belongs to them, and it's a stolen item when you take it from them. So it says it's stolen, it's illegal to steal from someone else. But you can still try, obviously. And you will be able to steal in different ways also over time when we add more skills to the game. Our broker system is very important for players to run their own shop pretty much in terms of starting their business, selling items and trading items. So the broker system is a very strong system to start your business. And again, you will be able to expand on this along with different services and place different NPCs in different locations for when you're expanding on building your cities, for instance, along with TC. So there's so much that's going to be expanded on in these categories. But obviously you can already do a lot of these things in some of the areas, but not all of them that we plan to in the future as well. So we try to be as careful as possible when it comes to how we worded that, to not say specifically thievery skills, because that's one of the things when it comes to stealing that you will get later. So I hope that makes sense. I'm going to fix the broken systems. Yeah, we are in polish focus right now, as we stated on the website and my other streams. We are prioritizing polish bug fixing. That's the main focus only in these upcoming patches. Yeah, so the actual breeding function, obviously, when you start a farm, is not in the game, but you can still act as a animal tamer. You know, selling animals, train them, level them up, and put them on the brokers and sell them to the players. So again, obviously that will also expand into that you can manipulate the creatures more over time and sell them to other players. So again, we wanted to express the areas of features that we already have, and obviously we can add to that how we expand on many of those over time and in the upcoming patches. So again, we tried to be as careful as we possibly could when we made that trailer. Please put chest amount limit for houses, because there's a limit for stuff that you can store houses. Yeah, so there's several good options we want to add. I'm not sure if we add some of those stat info on the house in this patch, but there's some obvious tools and information we want to add for house owners, so things becomes easier to monitor and handle when it comes to items, caps, and decoration and all that. Yeah, giveaway happen. Try to do them a little bit earlier in the stream before it gets too late. Um, do I look tired? Yeah, I guess in the end of my streams I tend to look a little bit tired after a long day. Yeah, weapon switching, I fully agree it's janky, and we will work on that to be more fluid. I fully agree. That can be much more smooth. We will test the quick step. We have some doubts due to the mechanics of a quick step, what that will do to prediction and normalization. It's a challenge, but we have an idea that we want to test that could work. And if it does, then great. We may have a quick step option later down the road. But we know there's a challenge tied to that. So that's why we don't want to invest time experimenting with that if it's unsure if we can make it happen or not, since we have a very important bug list we want to take care of first. Can you show us some siege weapons? Not yet. So we are working a little bit on both the game design and the actual visual design of the siege machines. And the design is getting pretty much finalized. We have a draft of the models as well that are our baseline. Now we need to refine them to work with the function as well, because we want to make them more innovative, how you control them, use them in a fun gameplay wise, rather than the nudging function we had in the first game, to make them more modernized, what I guess the players would expect in a game today. So we need a little bit more time until we have them a little bit more in a polished state. But when we do, then yeah, I plan to have a stream session where we can showcase them and talk a little bit about how they can be used and how to make a siege, the siege mechanics. I don't post any pictures in Discord. Merkaba. So when we go through the whole lighting system in Unreal 5, we are also updating the night visions on all the clades. And we want to make sure it works with lumens and the whole lighting system. So hopefully that won't be a big of a challenge to make it work as we intend to. So hopefully along with that progression. Crimson never gives up. It's interesting, you know. If you don't like a game and don't agree, of course, you can leave your feedback. That's awesome. And then, you know, that's it, right? Not much to do. Strange. No, so we have a pitch black system that you can't pretty much gamma hack. We know all about it, right? So we made a system where it goes from ambience to pitch black. And as long as it's pitch black, gamma won't change that. So we have a secure system for when we want to have locations to be fully dependent on night visions or tools. Beastmaster is on the roadmap for the polishing as well. It's one of those functions we want to hit as soon as we can. There's coming a lot of addition effects for alchemy in the future. A lot of spells, magical spells, are also meant to be in some of the alchemy ingredients. So it will just grow over time. We're following the trinket progression, you know. We want the highest tier to be very rare to the game. And then obviously it goes more and more towards the commonness factor. Over time, there will be a lot of trinkets in game, no doubt, and we will add more types. And obviously we see that it goes way too slow over a period of a half, you know, year or something. Obviously, over the month, we may fine-tune those numbers a little bit. But there's a few things we don't want to stress into the game. Some things are meant to take years to evolve slowly over time. It's all part of the persistent world that Mortal Online is. Some things are quick, fast, entering, while some are meant to be rare, mystical, and tied to that. Never mind. Last question about MC position not updating. I found the cause. It caused my FPS at 120 FPS. They freeze often, but at 60 they move normally. Okay. Can solo small group of players defend their houses from guilds using siege weapons to grieve them? Yes. So here's an important balance factor. Again, we'll learn a lot from the first game when it comes to this. And we want to make it that a group of players shouldn't just do it for the fun of being bored to grieve someone for the fun of it. Then the balance is wrong, right? So the only time when you're really committed to destroy someone's assets is when you have a real beef with them, guild enemies, or you want to take their grounds or anything like that. It shouldn't be just, this is a house, let's burn it in a quick period of time, and then the next day when he wakes up, his house is gone. We're aiming to that is not the standard, that's not something that naturally happens. So there's an investment to wrecking a house assets. So we're adding more component that will offer more small skirmishes that is worth going for sieging, and it could be interesting with a risk, and that's where they may spend their resources and time instead. And of course, we're going to add defensive weapons mechanics as well that counter sieging. So we hope that we can direct sieging where it makes sense, matters, and are a little bit more exciting and worth the investment, rather than just go hitting someone randomly. That shouldn't be a thing, because then we're not promoting the living world with growing population, building things that are usually an end game for a lot of players, and starting their villages. Yeah, cooking is getting a few updates. I'm working with Mats on that as well. We just need some time to make the right adjustments. Doesn't make sense for an indoor area to be affected by the daylight outside, though. What do you mean? Depends obviously if the light outside leaks in, right? Then it bounces just like in real life. But if there's no outside light goes in, then no, I agree. Describing had titles. Yes, everything will have titles over time. Grimson loves your game, Henrik, because it keeps coming back and is in every MO stream. Just upset because he can't have his cake and eat it also. Yeah, that's fine, but that goes into a whole new game park. That goes into something that I can't compute with. There's a line where we can't, right? We have to stay here on Earth doing what we do. Yeah, we're getting fishing titles. We're getting some titles in this next patch as well. describing titles. What is beer care regimen? Nothing really, Merkaba. I let it just be natural. That's it. Awesome. No solo small group griefing from TC. Thank you. Yeah, that's the aim. We want to minimize unnecessary whacking someone's assets for no reason and removing those players from the game. And I think we all agree to that. We want a growing population. We want players to, build, expand, and sooner or later there are enough conflicts between groups and guilds that should give more meaningful siege mechanics. So that's the goal. My NPC back when? Next patch. Can we have a real red system like UO? We tried that in the first game. We got so much complaint and issues over the years that we wanted to try something different and hopefully improved. And majority think it's improved, but then there's also obviously a group that thinks it's not the right way. So this is one of those that it's impossible to get perfect. And we just want to improve over the old at least and make a step forward. There's still some work to be done on the security levels of the world, from high security, medium to no security at all, where you can't go criminal or place murder counts or anything like that. So that's also something that are important for the justice system, or how to call it, criminal system. Heard you're implementing updog soon. What do you mean with updog? Does it matter if it's still month when house disappeared because of bug? Is it fixable? Yeah, I would contact support. The logs goes back quite long, and if they can confirm anything wrong, they should also be able to help Hypno52. At goblins, sir, we have goblin-like creatures, but we don't call them goblins, and you can guess what they are in our game, I guess. So we actually have a hybrid from the UO system where you can become red. You can, means you are banned from the city standing wise, but you can also become a murderer, which ties to very interesting systems like the bounty hunting systems. We are promoting the bounty hunter system now when we see it works and people have a lot of fun with it, but we need to implement some more options, control, and rewards to it to promote it even more. So those combined system will make a better criminal system, a more exciting system that makes sense also. Who knows that you are a murderer? That may not be that straightforward. Adding more security systems near starting cities, and then it slowly goes to no security at all. The nation side conflicts will also be implemented eventually. That gives options as well for those that want a lot of PvP. So I think with some of these pieces going into the game as well, it will help with this system to shine better than the old system. The most common complaint we got from the first game was, does it make sense? I murder him out in the world and he can report me. I became red. They grief us. We are forced to go red, and now I can't enter any city. So it made sense that would be an improvement with the new system we have now, that put those into two more interesting systems in terms of you can still be red to a city and have a chance to get back to that with hard work. And that's also what we are working on with the task systems now, upgrading them. And like I said, we want to incorporate the bounty hunting system, which is a really cool system and a little bit inspired by Star Wars Galaxies. That was a brilliant, fun system as well. So we want to push that in a direction as well to promote them better. And it gives your keyboard a 1950s typewriter. No, it's one of those super top-end SteelSeries gamer keyboards with mechanic buttons. I'm hardcore gamer, so I don't play those soft buttons, non-mechanics. The downside is these mechanic keyboards make a noise, right? Theory is coming later. It will be on the roadmap. I've talked a little bit about what you can expect from it in quite a few streams, and you will see it on the upcoming roadmaps eventually. Similar system as the first game, but with a better balance and some more risk-reward added to it. That's the short in general. By the way, I'm a new player and I love the game. Just 31 hours in and it is super cool. Malcolm45, awesome to hear that. Welcome to Mortal Online. Can't say exactly when we plan to drop Sarka. You will eventually get a better update than that. The current red system blues have no way of knowing who the murderer is. Yeah, so as I said, we are expanding on the nations and bounty hunting system that will affect this quite a bit. But as I said, I'm not sure if the right way is to go back where we constantly got complaints about the issues with the hard red system that we had in the first game. So I'm not sure, we have less complaints than we had then, even though we have more players now. So it kind of tells us that maybe this is a little bit better system, but we need to promote it better with those systems that affects it, right? So I think we need to go there to really know if we want to go back or not. What do you mean with updog, Merkaba? I don't know what you mean with updog. Yeah, not getting a murder count at all to reach a title could be quite interesting indeed. Everything promoting being nice is a good thing. We need that. What's up, dog? In areas where I can't give counts. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. So we're gonna add. They will have different zones from high security to no security, and in no security you won't be able to even go criminal or put any murder counts because there's no one keeping track of that in those deep areas. A little bit like nullsec in Evil 9, right? Good trying up, dog. You almost pulled it off. All these non-boomers. Joke from the 86. 86? Nah, come on. Yeah, but new criminal system embrace noob slaying since no hardcore concerns to murdering. You know, I agree that we want to do the best to protect new players, keep some balance and consequences. I fully agree to that. But again, this happened in the first game as well when we had a res system. One of the biggest complaints was that as well. A lot of people complain on criminal system. A lot of people, especially new players, complain that they're always being noob slayed. No matter where they go, nearest graveyard, even in Dinram, those already got there and always slay the noobs non-stop, repeatedly. So it won't just magically remove that if we don't try to work on a larger picture to promote that balance, I think. So it's complicated. There's no straight line that just magically solves it overall. There's so many different approaches to this and inputs and situations. Steintroll, correct. Wow, I'm way behind again, or am I? I thought I was following through, slowly but steady. Yeah, the current system in its bone is a lot better. You know, overall, more people seem to think we have a better system now compared to the old one, but there's also a lot of issues with it. We have also a decent group that don't think it's good, and I agree to that. There are problems to it, and I would love that there's a magical solution that just makes it 10 times better. But there seems not to be just one quick, simple fix. Also because it ties to other features and we want to promote other features, you know, it's complicated. Clicky keyboards, hell yeah, indeed. Hardcore gamer keyboard, you know. No, I already covered the domination question, Hey say. Sorry for not responding to them too frequently. I usually end it when I see them loop too many times. And we try to cover them on the recap videos and on a website. Domination are meant to be fixed along with Beast Mastery in Unreal Engine 5. Hopefully things will go smooth when we do the compiling, which goes berserker in our current engine. So hopefully that will work and we will have it fixed in the upcoming patches. We are trying to identify the design we want to do with the cooking system before we actually make the changes. So, and this is mostly on Matt's table that designed this system, and he need to go through some data to see really what kind of proper changes is required without wrecking up the whole deep system he built. You don't know, yeah, if you don't like the game, you can make a refund call via Steam system just as any other game. And, you know, I'm happy you tried it. And I understand it's not for everyone. There's many other games that hopefully will be more in your taste. But thanks for trying it, Adun Nog. Appreciate it. Can you please stream the first siege in God Mode flying around? That's something I want to do for sure. It can look quite spectacular, and with the new system we have in place, I can really imagine how epic that can be. So yeah, sure. What's up, dog? Nothing much. This guy. Yeah, we're looking into human gifts, the team Warcry as well. There's a few things we want to buff a little bit to make them a little bit more interesting compared to the others, for sure. And I'm behind again, guys. Sorry. Okay, I think I'm catched up now. So, please no GM intervention on sieges and big battles like Model 1. Of course not. We learned the hard way and worked very hard on making sure we have the right policies and protocols in place so the GMs can relax and just focus on doing their job in a more convenient way, for sure. Yeah, night vision is something we go through when we do the lighting system in the world currently. Yeah, we will have farming in Model 9. I'm not sure if it's farming will make the first batch of TC, but one of them will be farming. Yeah, so I'm working on trying to make an update on our roadmap. It's been a little tricky along with the new system in place and all the developers, and a little bit chaotic. We're making sure we have controlled patches and stay to that schedule. But I plan to spend some time next week going through the upcoming work and sprints with the roadmaps. So hopefully I will have some kind of updates so you can see a little bit more what to expect on down the road. But yeah, a lot of bug fixes, obviously, those that we all experience sooner or later. We have Unreal Engine 5. We have some skills, domination, beast mastery, the whole starting experience. Of course, the two big ones. We also have some small ones like notice boards for all cities and new players to engage with, where guilds can put up their recruitment and information, and effective way to introduce new players to guilds, and guilds can reach out to new players. So a good way also to promote that interaction. And of course we have TC and sieging that are two very big ones. We do plan to eventually add donkeys as like a more common mount type near cities. We just haven't got to that model yet, as it's a little bit different from our horses. Yeah, we will remove those trees that are stuck in houses. Yeah, there's a good point. We, obviously being able to see this is a red player, I should run. At the same time, it doesn't give much logic if you haven't learned this is a murder. And this is where the police, the bounty hunters comes into play, where that can hunt these red players and make it known. We want to expand on this. But yeah, it's pros and cons. And like I said, I'm not sure if moving back to the old system, it just makes it a little bit worse, and that's it. And more simplified, because then obviously we are removing the bounty hunting systems. pretty much, and a few other systems that are really cool and people are enjoying. So I still think we can make it better by promoting those features tying to the system. But I could be wrong that that's not the best solution, and if it doesn't turn out well, then maybe we have to do something different here. This one is a big challenge for all of us. We all, see the different pros and cons and some issues here and there. And yeah, we will see. With crouching be added. Yeah, we are looking to add crouching a little bit later when we have time to go to those additional things we want to add to the game. Putting in the hours this week, Henrik. Indeed, Anuxa. Do I pronounce that correct? Anuxa. I tend to butcher everyone's name in here. Bantana could still exist, and on a murder could be Bantana. Yeah, sure, they could still be, right? But it's also this mystery. They are minding their own business in an unknown town. No one knows, but you know because you have a contract. Is this suspension also? And the bounty hunter obviously think, or the red one may think he's safe there in the city. All of a sudden, a bounty hunter jumps him. So there's a lot of cool things tied to it that goes out the window. So, yeah, it's a tough one. Burlaw is a tough one. It was a huge thing in Star Wars Galaxies, and already now when we kind of implemented the first step to try it, because I was quite unsure, we got a lot of positive feedback from a lot of different players loving it. So I think there's something there for sure, and we want to promote it and expand on it to make it even more exciting. And maybe that will help also that balance when it comes to keeping the red at bay, Did you say my name right? That is awesome. We'll talk about the breeding system a little bit more down the road. We'll do some important balance changes compared to the first game. But yeah, it has its part in the world for sure. Yeah, and maybe we can expand it also that so if someone have killed you, maybe we can do something that helps you to have that revenge right. Some of that could make sense and help. And that could also tie to the bounty system a little bit. So I think there may be some openings for really improving it without going back into a more crude, not very good system. And I think, I think most think or hope that could also be the case, right? No exact timeline for TC right now. We are still going through some important, huge steps, and as soon as those huge steps is finally in the past, that will give us a much better view on some of those points that are, also close to the schedule after those first ones. Bounty hunting is just boring when 90% of the bounties are across the map. Yeah, and that's some of the things we want to address, right? So, fully aware of that. Great feedback from you guys. And there are for sure some good tweaks we want to add to make it better and more interesting. Clean, welcome to the chat, my man. Are you ready for some dueling practicing? Pay for revenge on everyone who kills you. Keep a log of any player who has killed you for 1 week. Yeah, stuff like that. I think there's some content there for sure that fits the system that can help promote it and keep some of those reds murdering a little bit more on track. Because I fully agree, right? But like I said, I want to try to move forward and improving those systems rather than go back to our older, not very good system. And like I said, we got quite a lot of complaint in the old system over the years, and we didn't really have a solution then. But I think that what we have now could be a better baseline if we tie it to some of those functions in a good way. Maybe, eh? Quite impressed by how quickly you adapted to some of those moves and reading. But yeah, practice makes perfect. Is there ideas for new magics? Oh yeah, for sure. We have 13 or 12 magic schools designed and planned. We only deliver, ecumenical, spiritism, and necromancy so far. Next one are looking to be elementalism, where you can control the weather and do obviously elemental spell effects in different ways. You can see some of that in our first game if you Google elementalism in Mortal 1 to showcase some of the spells. A lot of them going to be the same, but some going to change. And obviously going to be tied to a much cooler weather system that I will showcase in one of our upcoming streams. And just to mention a few other popular schools: staff magic, mentalism, illusionism. Yeah, those are some of the ones that we're gonna focus on first, and then we have quite a few more after that. We have the Bard School, where you use instruments to do different buffs and also magic. So as the next patch, so if things goes smooth during testing phase now that we are in, we are planning to hit the next patch mid next week. It includes a lot of bug fixes and polish, a lot of quality of life, tower shields getting added, new points of interest, necromancy content, criminal toggle hotkey. It's a good one. A lot of people have been asking for. What else? Quite a few new titles. Yeah, tweaks on some gifts for Thursar. What was it more? There was something more worth mentioning. But yeah, there's quite a few different goodies along with the main focus, polish and bug fixing. I'm sorry for staff and illusionism showcase. Yep, sooner or later you will see some of that. So obviously every school has different rules and pros and cons, right? Obviously you can hear the name staff magic, focus on constructing and building your own staff, investing a lot of time and effort into making an awesome looking staff. And obviously you use the staff to cast spells, and you can also wield that staff as a weapon while you're also casting. So interesting school for sure. Are elemental spells better range if they are projectile based? Then shouldn't they also have a similar range to other projectile attacks like bows? Yeah, so elementalism school brings us a few new mechanics to the game, which we're gonna reuse for a lot of different other schools, including a few spells gonna get this function from elementalism, and that is free spell projectiles, which means you are releasing these projectiles wherever you aim. And if anything goes into or steps out of this projectile, they will get impact or not. So you can dodge the magic spells, and this will also be put on the away spells, Owl Search, and Clouds for Necromancy School. And there are also some cool spells that you can actually control the direction of. So you can shoot them out and kind of try to aim it and follow through the target to make an impact. So there's a lot of cool spells with elementalism. And to access some of the powerful spells, you need to change the weather to support that element, which is really awesome. So you can actually make it snow or rain or being foggy, or even become a little bit hellish to access some very specific spells. And obviously the other elementalists can fight that battle, just like Gandalf and what's it called, the other mage in Lord of the Ring, when they are shouting, when they're going through the mountains and doing the weather control battle. Pretty cool. So that's pretty much what you can do as well when we get elementalism. So imagine standing there up on your Saruman, exactly. When you're standing on the walls, the enemy elementalists come to change the weather, and the defenders trying to keep the weather in their favor. It's going to be very interesting, and of course going to throw these different spells. So yeah, it just brings a whole new level. Every school brings a whole new level of tactics for the group gameplay, sieges, in a very exciting, cool way. So yeah, that's slowly but steady progressing when it comes to the magic schools. idea of clothing, since a lot of players are usually naked, some blessed clothing that goes on armor like capes, but it's just for cosmetic. And then you put armor on, just cover up the blessed clothes. I mean, I agree when it comes to everyone dying, running around naked or without any risk. They're all running around with the rags or obviously naked. And I agree that it could look more interesting to have more options to kind of run around in some nice clothing, at least as a more standard. Also looks a little bit more civil and realistic in this game when people not just running around naked. So I agree that, you know, there's room for adding some of those clothes. So obviously we're adding tailoring, which allows players to create a lot of different types of clothing just as armor crafting. So eventually there's going to be a tons of it. And we also obviously implement those clothing because we're introducing the nation, citizens, etc. Obviously they can't all just walk around in armor. Doesn't, you know, make sense. So we do plan to add a bunch of clothing. We are designing them and building them right as we speak, also a bunch of it. And we're also adding the enchantments that actually can make some effects on clothing as well, that can actually have an impact. So, you know, some mages may want to go for specific clothing, especially depending on the school, to promote their style even better. Light armor or clothing will be effective for a few school builds. And then, yeah, the question is if there's room for some clothing that could be blessed in terms of having this minimum, as you said, walking around as more civil manner rather than just rags or naked. I agree that that could add to the immersive level as well and help promoting that. So we will see. I think in the right way with the bounty system and different skill level around the map for the guys who want red mark system guys, you can do that like perm skin thing on a play. Like if you a murder, you can see that on him with dirty blood. That way, if you use your eyes, you can identify murders and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of different interesting ways and roads that we could, again, tap into the more how to identify murder. One of the reasons with the bounty hunter system was obviously to be counter for a lot of that, and hopefully a lot of good people will be interested and find it exciting to work on that side, try to push back the reds in a meaningful way, also getting some reward with the bounty hunting system. So I think there's, for sure, we need to expand on that and improve on that to help promote that, and then we will see what could help also. Are we getting all the same spec for elementalism? There will be some changes, a little bit like we did with necromancy, so I can't say exactly on top of my head, but when we get closer we will see the more final result of which one and the names and all that. I will have more emotes, shake fists, wax on, wax off, good game, but slap, peace sign, and waffle stacker. So we are expanding on the emote system as well and want to add a more pretty interesting system that allows you to kind of reach out the hand and you can quickly respond to that by also reaching out and actually do a handshake, stuff like that. So that is on the table after our focus when we delivered the highest prioritized order of things first. And a World of Moongate style system allowing naked to travel across the world. So it's a sensitive topic. We talked about that so many times, and it evolves so heavily also on how we design a game. What kind of game feature do we want to promote that could be bypassed by quick travel? I mean, obviously we all see strong points in quick travel, but if you also see what that removes from the game, tactical wise, important factor wise, especially sieging when that comes. If you have made many enemies and you may have an ally across the world, that is a major factor to consider when in conflicts and war. And if we bypass all of that tactical mechanics, you know, obviously that changes the outcome drastically. So that's why we wanted to emphasize on resource transporting and character transporting to go, you know, where we want to go or are needed to plan that tactical position in the world. You know, there's a lot going on for that we want to try to protect and push forward now when we actually get into those exciting features such as sieging mechanics, where, you know, positioning and allies and where you are in time kind of makes, you know, matters. And like I said, it's not just meant to be that you go across the world in 5 minutes and you tap into every single thing and feature inside of the game. It is also meant to be. I'm living in the jungle, and obviously I'm more active in the jungle, access those things, and every now and then, of course, I can go across the world. But there should be some planning effort into that, and a risk involved to that if there's allies and enemies. Transportation, and also giving a value in the regional based resources. So there's a lot of things, and balance wise, that we are promoting that will be ruined or weakened by a Moongate system. But like I said, I was a big fan of Ultima Online, and obviously I saw the strength in using the Moongates. But they don't have any focus or feature when it comes to resource transporting or tactical positionings in the world. So they didn't focus on that part, which we are trying to do. The addresses too. My wife will play more long if you add dresses. We try to add a lot of variation, right, to fit for all the styles. So yeah, we try to do that. There's one challenge when it comes to long skirts, dresses, and that is how you animate them. Because if you imagine the mesh, between the legs, there's just a mesh. It doesn't behave typically as real life parts around the legs. It's hard to explain, but if you maybe understand what I mean. So the fabric to stretch and behave accurately around the legs is a huge challenge. Often that looks like crap. So most games try to avoid that at all costs and make like a shortcut or split them up in the middle. So if there's a split, so they can behave, go free respectively. That's a way to do it easier. So, but yeah, obviously we try to add a lot of variation. Spiritists are always going to be naked. Obviously, when you step into the dead world, you leave everything, right? So, yeah, it's a little bit part of the spiritist transition. But yeah, we have the cape, right? As a blessed one of those items that is a specific case. There'll be seasons too where we would have to adjust to. So we decided that on Milan we're not going to any extremes when it comes to weather and the heat system. So it's more like off. It goes from a little bit cold to a little bit warm. We have the different biomes to make the Milan content look interesting and exciting, but we're not going to any extremes temperature wise. But every other continent may go to any other extreme where it has an impact, and you have to adapt to that weather. Still planning on removing global chat. Yeah. So we had a system in the first game that kind of worked pretty good. So everyone started in the help chat, and you are there for X amount of hours, so you can make use of it. And we actually had players that could sign up to be helpers, to have access to the chat, to actually help new players, and we can monitor that chat very closely to make sure it's used for the right reasons. Help chat are not supposed to be a recruitment or item for sale shouts or bullying each other, so whatever it may be. It's one purpose, and that is obviously to get help, ask players how things may work, because it's a complicated game to get into. And I think we need to clean it up a little bit how it is now. So we will look into do some adjustment to it. Right, I'm falling a little bit behind. I see. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit and see if we have something final here before I think I'm gonna wrap it for today. It's been quite a long stream today, and yeah, it's getting late here. Yeah, knockdown is one function on the roadmap as well. I don't know exactly where again, but yeah. So you will be able to be knocked down on your butt, knocked down from horse, not just knocked down to your feet. So there's obviously a penalty. You have to jump back up on your feet. It takes a short while, so it can be devastating in the right circumstances. So it's a balance factor that we want to add as soon as we can. Again, bound to animation, so we struggle a bit with animation right now. We are missing some manpower when it comes to animation. That's why we're trying to find more animators to join the team. One draw, I missed it. We got Chupacabra won the key. Will the horse keep running if we knock someone off? That's something we need to consider. Obviously, we don't want it to be going from full gallop to one frame standing still. We want it to kind of behave as natural as possible before it may slow down and eventually stop. So we will see. Do you think everyone would quit before implementing character control? No. Why would they? We're actually growing and having a steady pace right now that we're very happy with. And we are going through a very important phase with polishing, bug fixing, and while we're also, slowly working on some very important features. And it's not that we are, years away from terror control. We're actually getting quite close. But we want to make sure we get things right, and it's a great system before we implement it. So it's worth the wait and worth investing and spending time in these systems for years to come, right? We're here for many years. We're not here for a short sprint, no cash grab or anything like that. We're planning to be here for longer than the first game, longer than 10 years. We are highly committed to make the best possible sandbox game this time around, and we will just make it happen. And we're getting closer and closer to deliver those great systems. I'm going to 2-year animation school. See you in 2 years, Henrik. Arcane Trauma, that would be awesome. Reach out when you are ready. Theme and lockpicking will be on the roadmap eventually. I can't say exactly when, but it's coming. Yeah, the Likeators is also bound to animation manpower. So you see there's quite a lot of cool content that we want to hit now, but we have to focus on a certain prioritized order because of we lack a little bit animation manpower. So hopefully we'll find more animators soon, which means we can simultaneously work on new mounts, pet gear, and special moves, knockdown. A lot of things are tied behind animation, so we really want to try to expand that. How will you test TC with the players before launch? So first, obviously, is go through the whole. We hired a professional company that are just focusing on QA testing. So we have that company now going through our patches. When we deliver, they work on that. So that's the first phase, to go through all that. And then we will see what kind of testing phase we may want to cover in larger scale as well, to make sure it's as good as possible. We have a lot of data from the first game, but we also know exactly where we want to rebuild and improve the systems. But yeah, we need to feel confident with those systems. Thank you again for stream. Keep up the good work, Henrik and team of Star Wars. Thank you very much, Grungism. I will see if I have time to do some kind of update on some of the roadmap for next week, but I can't promise it this time. We have quite a lot of things on the table, and we're planning to deliver a patch mid next week if things goes smooth during the testing now. Yeah, we're hiring. We are looking for several developers in everything from coders to animators. Including 3D modelers, world builders. We're still a very small team to build these very ambitious, huge projects. So obviously, everything could be expanded on for sure. When is Model 3 coming out? No, we're sticking to Model 2. I think we need more tasks, things like go to dungeon, because so that is one of the big thing we're doing for Epic, the Epic Game release. We're building a very robust task system, expanding it heavily to make sure we introduce new players. I talked about this earlier in the stream. That is a big identified factor that will help new players into the game. So yeah, for sure, you will see that. All right, guys, it's getting late here in Sweden, and I think it's time for me to grab my usual night snack before bed here. Do we have anyone streaming that we should raid? How is it looking? Do you have any suggestions? Should we raid someone? So you can see some in-game action as well. Nice like rice. Thanks for streaming, Henrik. Have a great week. Thank you very much. Avira TV. Shall we raid Avira tonight? Doing boring stuff. I mean, that's the thing with a game like this, right? What may be boring to you may be fun for someone else. That's the beauty of a sandbox game. Some may be into something else, and Dread OG. Let's see. Who do we have? We have Dread OG. Have I raided him? I think I have raided most, or there's a few new ones that I haven't seen before, I think. Dread OG, I recognize. Yeah, I think I made a raid there, right? So I guess we can pick anyone. What do you say, guys, before my eyes drops down? Do I need to do a poll? Or who do we raid? Bardos, Dread, Avira. Is it, or does it stand between Dread or Avira? Or Nice Like Rice? Is it between those three? What say you? Flip a coin. I don't have a coin. I can do a poll. Let's do a quick poll then, and then we hit it. Where the hell is my poll function? Here. Let's go. Vote, guys, and I will raid. All right. Avira got it, guys. Thank you, guys. By a landslide, indeed. All right. No, I can't stand the negativity of some people that hate the game but still have to be there and lecture everyone else to enforce their opinions upon you even though you don't agree, and having titles that are completely wrong. Banned for having an opinion. I never banned anyone. It's ridiculous. He banned himself while acting like a fool or a kid. It's just ridiculous, right? We just remove them and get on with our life. All right, but Avira it is. Thank you for tuning in today. I hope you liked the little sneak peek of our upcoming engine updates. It's gonna be awesome to show you more of that progression. There's some really cool stuff that I can't wait to show you guys. Gonna do some play session. Gonna try to do a little upcoming schedule on streaming sessions. Gonna try to cover some of the roadmap updates soon as well. So yeah, thank you very much for all subs, donation, and your awesome support and your questions. I really enjoy hanging out with you guys and building the best sandbox sim in the world. That's our goal, and it's cool that you wanna participate and help us reach that. Avira, what the hell? How do I type it? What? Let me see. Avira. All right. Again, thank you very much for tuning in, making this all possible. And I looking forward to catch you next time. And there's a lot of things going on that I'm very much looking forward to in the upcoming weeks and month. So it's gonna be awesome. All right. Thank you again, everyone, and have a very good night. And here goes to Avira. Give her some support and love as usual. And yeah, gonna catch you soon. All right. Have a good night. Bye bye.